businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
At UI Health, compassion isn't just care, it's commitment. UI Health's team of experts listens to your story, understands your experience, and embraces your voice. That's because UI Health is with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, UI Health's care heals and saves. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Hear the playmakers and the coaches first. Postgame is next. ESPN Chicago.
Well, you got a Bears win today, 31-14, on the verge of turning to autumn. And the Bears played a very good physical brand of ball today to get the win. I think everybody will be quite pleased. Be curious what that locker room's like right now. Getting a monkey off your back early in the season is big. 0-3 doesn't look so good, and there are plenty of teams in this league that are right now. Noticing Houston 0-3. You don't want to be in that game. So nice ball up your fist fight kind of game to me by the Bears today, and they finished the job in the fourth quarter with the takeaways and really established that they were going to dictate what was going to happen today with that 19-play drive.
Well, you know, Ben Johnson made a sign with his hand this week at the podium, says we're going to have improvements like this, but we're going to have some hiccups along the way. This was an improvement that the arrow is pointed upwards at that 45-degree angle, and every single phase of this football team had a factor in this game. And so it was super encouraging to see. It's super encouraging to see that the challenge he put at everybody from the podium about their work at practice is paying off, and now you want to see this as one of many wins to come.
And, you know, you're going to talk about this as well because Ferguson caught 13 of 14 for 82 yards, but they were not harmful.
Right. That's the thing about it. It's almost like having – how many yards did he have?
82.
Okay, it's almost like having a running back that has 20 carries for 80 yards. It's production, and it's still 4 yards per carry. However, it's not having these chunk yard plays, and then every single time that he makes a catch, he gets hit, and it takes a toll on him in the long run.
And guys like Edmonds and Sewell and Byard and Brisker, they limited after contact. So you can get a lot of yards after the catch, that's for sure. So many things to break down, but, you know, I'm either. There was some things done here and there, but overall, you think about situational football defensively, 3 of 11 plus 2 of 3 on fourth down for the Cowboys, 1 of 4 in the red zone. Conversely, the Bears were 8 of 14 on third down and converted a fourth down, 2 of 3 in the red zone, and 2 of 2 goal to go. 7 players with a double-digit gain: Burden, Moore, Swift, Adunze, Loveland, Komet, Zacchaeus. And you just wonder if Loveland would have stayed in the game, what kind of packaging they were going to be doing with him and Cole Komet.
Yeah, well, from the first play of the game, they went to Colston Loveland. Unfortunately, ball was incomplete, but it kind of gave you an indicator right there that
weekend against Vegas. So this is the way it's supposed to be. This is the way it's supposed to feel. This is the team we were supposed to get. This is the quarterback we were supposed to get. And it looked good today. No problems whatsoever today. The Bears' advantage we're going to have. We're going to find the great. We finally have something positive for the Verdoliak verdict of the day. We've got it all. I mean, it's going to be a great day, great show.
And hot dogs for everyone. The Wiener Circle did say this week that if the Bears beat the Cowboys, hot dogs would be free on Tuesday. So hot dogs, what else could you want? A win and hot dogs.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with hot dogs. I mean, if that's what you like, if that's your encased meat of choice.
If that's your encased.
Then the hot dog is fine.
Your processed meat of choice.
Then you can go over there and you can get yourself your hot dog and get insulted and treated poorly. But if that's what you like, that's what you get to go get.
Listen, the defense was challenged today without three of their starters. Jalen Johnson placed on injured IR yesterday. They still struggled at times. They gave up nearly 400 yards of offense to the Cowboys. But Tyreek Stevenson came out and he responded after last week's game, in which was not his best. And he forced a turnover early in the game and really kind of set the tone.
Yeah, set the tone. And remember now, when they got up after that nice 19-play drive, and all of a sudden Dallas realized, hey, we're kind of stuck here. We're going to have to throw the ball. Then all of a sudden the sacks started coming, interceptions started coming, all types of good things started to happen once they got up. And all of a sudden your defense looks like it's got some teeth. It's got a little punch in it. There's a way to play this game where your team could look impressive. There's a way that you can play that everything seems complimentary of one another. Today was that type of day for the Chicago Bears. Now you see what it looks like when you play football and you convert on third down and you put the ball in the end zone. You don't settle for field goals. The other side settled for field goals, right? They had 2 field goals they settled for. Well, guess what? Ultimately, that starts to make a difference when you don't have those 8 points on the board. This is the way it's supposed to feel. This is the way it's supposed to look. Your team looked dangerous today. Your quarterback looked dangerous today. There's nobody after today that'd say, oh, man, Caleb Williams got himself some problems. No. It didn't look like Caleb Williams had any problems, but that's what happens when you do it and you get it done. So, I mean, I feel great. I don't know about you, Peg, but
I feel fantastic. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I feel fantastic.
Thank you. Absolutely. You know, now, to be fair, as we talk about Jalen Johnson not being there for the Bears and having a couple of guys missing in the Bears secondary, Dallas was without Deron Bland as well. CeeDee Lamb was hurt early in the game. But, hey, there's injuries on both sides.
Yep.
You still got to play the game. And the Bears put on a nice show, and Ben Johnson dipped into his bag of tricks. Nice little flea flicker for a touchdown. The rookies got involved. A team that had the least production with 12 personnel through the first 2 games of the season went out looking for the tight ends. A nice 31-yard reception to Colston Loveland early in the game. Cole Kmet with a touchdown as well. And Ben Johnson found Luther Burden. Luther Burden earned some offensive snaps and came away with a couple of really big plays, including the touchdown on the flea flicker. So everyone contributed in this one.
A lot of trickeration out there today.
There was trickeration.
See, everybody feels good. When things are working, everybody feels good.
Direct snaps, flea flickers.
All types of silliness
hook
out
and
there.
ladders.
Yep.
There was no offensive linemen, though, that were...
and that's fine. Yeah. They've got their own problems blocking and not committing penalties and doing the things they're supposed to do.
Darnell Wright did have a couple of penalties called on him again today. Yep. He left the game injured at one point, as did Colston Loveland. Loveland did not return. Darnell Wright, I believe, did return to the game, but that's something that bears watching this week. What did you think of the performance of the offensive line? They could not run the ball like they wanted to in the first half, but boy, that drive in the second half, 19 plays, 76-yard touchdown drive that took 9.5 minutes off the clock was something that was very nice to see.
I mean, sometimes you run the ball simply to do it. Those are like the jabs in a boxer's repertoire. You throw the jab's not going to hurt no one. The jab's not going to kill anyone. But the jab eventually is going to wear you down. You measure them, you keep your distance, and that's what the running game does for the Bears right now. I thought they ran the ball hard. There was one real negative play. I don't know if it was a run. Manungai had the real big negative yardage. I think that was a run where he lost like 14 yards on that. So that's going to affect you, too, at the end of the day. That'll take a half a yard off the average for the whole team. But that's how you got to do it. You've got to be willing to run. You've got to be able to keep the other team honest. Okay, they may not be the best running team in the world, but if you take a look at all the rushing averages that are out there, as great as Saquon was last year with the amount of yards that he rushed for, 5 points something over the course of the year, he's rushing for less than 4 yards a carry this year. The running game's not easy. When they see you in a formation and down a distance where you're going to run the ball, they're going to find you, they're going to overload you, and they're going to try to bring you down to the ground. But as long as you're willing to run, that's all that matters. And let's face it, nowadays you got to be able to throw the ball, and throw the ball they did today. 10.6 yard average per attempt. That's pretty good. That's what you like to see. No interceptions. Caleb Williams didn't get sacked when he was under pressure. He was quick enough, smart enough, fluid enough to be able to get out there and either create something positive or get rid of the football, which is good for the Chicago Bears that was going on.
Matt Eberflus's return, his first return since he was fired Thanksgiving of last year. He talked about being grateful and had gratitude towards every stop in his coaching career. Many thought this would be a revenge game, but instead Brian Schottenheimer, who wanted to give the game ball to Matt Eberflus, that's what he was hoping for. I think that game ball is going to the Bears head coach, Ben Johnson, picking up his first win, and he is standing by with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer in our Hyundai broadcast booth, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tom and Jeff. Ben, congratulations, first and foremost. How's it feel, buddy?
Well, I like doing these a lot better after a win than a loss.
So do we.
There we go.
What's going through your head right now?
No, I thought the whole team responded really well. Obviously the first 2 weeks didn't go the way we wanted to, and they got right back on the horse, and we had a great week of preparation. And, I thought all three phases played well today. And we talked about going into the game really being good at situational football, third down, red zone, and 2 minute against a very good team. I mean, that team was – they started off this season hot. It's a really good offense that can score a lot of points, and I thought we did a really good job playing complementary football all day long.
Yeah, you got to adjust, obviously, to two things. One, CeeDee Lamb, you figure that guy's going to be a primary weapon. He goes out early. It looked like you said, you wanted to get the tight ends more involved. Loveland makes a 32-yard grab, has to leave the game, though. And then you got Cole Kmet and Durham Smythe. Did that alter some thoughts? Yeah.
I mean, we had to make some adjustments there from our heavy packages to some of our two tight end stuff. And, that was fine. That was fine. Our guys handled it really well. Next guy up, and we carried the load just fine there. And then defensively, we certainly had a plan there to account for 88. And then with him going out, that certainly changes some things for us there. But no one adjusts better than us.
All right, I got to tell you, you're going to say that for the rest of your career, correct?
Yeah. The guys have heard it a million times.
Yeah.
Already.
Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to my broadcast partner because I got to thank you, Ben, for making this guy as happy as can be. When you ran a 19-play drive, you ran 11 straight times in a row. My guy was just beaming here. So, Tommy, you can congratulate him.
And no sacks. Congratulations to your offensive line for that. So, Ben, we're a little bit familiar with you from being a play caller from your time in Detroit, now with the Chicago Bears. So when you add a flea flicker in or some of your creative plays, is it fair to us to call them trick plays, or are they a part of your offense that you want to run them correctly?
Yeah, no, I think it's a weapon that we use every week. I give a lot of credit to the staff. They did a great job finding a few gadgets here this week that our guys were able to sink their teeth into. We weren't able to get them all off the sheet. Just how it went and some of the guys getting dinged up. But I thought overall, the guys executed them really high. high level, and when that happens, good things happen. So, no, it was good to see.
You know, that first attempt, the first play of the game to Colston Loveland, it did go incomplete, but it kind of was an indicator. I don't know, I looked at it as an indicator that, hey, the tight ends are going to be a part of this game plan from play one throughout the rest of the game. So was that your intentions, and did it get interrupted at all when Colston left the game?
Well, I just want to be clear. The tight ends have been a part of every game plan so far.
Okay.
Just because they're not getting the ball doesn't mean that they've been playing a critical role of what we've been doing on offense. And so, we tried to get them a couple targets there early, but for the most part, those guys have been absolutely carrying the load for us. They wear a lot of hats. They do a lot of things. I can't speak highly enough of a guy like Cole Kmet. All he wants to do is win. He just comes in every single day, goes right back to work. He's got a positive attitude. It's contagious for the rest of the unit. And I'm really proud of him. I know he only had the one catch, but I'm telling you, he's a key cog. He's one of the glue guys we got on offense right now.
I will say that last week's game, I think, was the best blocking game that I've seen Cole have since he's been with the Bears. So kudos to you for mentioning that. And then when you look at inserting a guy like Theo Benedette at right tackle, you kind of get a guy ready to be a swing tackle. And that's the identity of a swing tackle, when you play left tackle and then you come in for right tackle. So it's good for him to get a few live reps to get on film and see where he's at.
Yeah, no, he's done such a great job coming in. He's a sponge right now. Dan Rochar and Kyle Devan, they're leading the charge just with his development. And when you come in and you're willing to be coached and you're working on your technique and your fundamental and your understanding of the offense, I mean, good things typically happen. So I think he's got a bright future in this league. Theo does.
All right, let's talk Caleb Williams on that day-to-day, week-to-week improvement. I think he took some giant steps up the staircase today. Did you not?
Yeah. No, I mean, we had the pass game production. We felt the explosives there early in the first half, and I thought he did a good job orchestrating the entire offense. We were probably out of the huddle a little bit quicker than what we had been the previous two games, and that's a credit to him. He knew this game plan really well. He felt very confident going into the game, and I thought he played that way.
When you look back at the 19-play drive in retrospect, was that this is going to be the Chicago Bears. We're going to get physical. We're going to close games. We're going to finish you. Is that part of what that was?
Yeah, it's whenever we get the ball, we want to score a touchdown. So I'll be honest with you guys. I'm good with the 19-play drive. I like one-play drives that result in touchdowns. So we can do it any number of ways, and we do a long drive drill in training camp, and we did it a few days where we kind of escalated from, call it 9 reps to 12 reps to 15 reps, where it's no one can get subbed out. We just go, and it gets ugly and muddy, and I mean these guys are just grinding it out for that straight set of plays, and that's what it felt like. And it's good to see those guys experience that, and then they can look across the ball too. That defense is just as tired as they are, and it comes down to who wants it more. And so I give our guys a lot of credit for staying in there and being able to punch that thing in there at the end.
All right, lastly, just a word on Tremaine Edmonds' career day today. 15 tackles, 2 picks.
Yeah, no question. I mean, that whole defense was I thought they were lights out. Like I said, that's a really good offense that we're going against. It's a really good quarterback with playmakers all over the place. And yet they stayed in there, and no one liked what happened to us a week ago, and I thought our guys really responded at a high level. Tremaine led the charge there with the production he had. He was all over the field, 2 interceptions at critical moments. They were 1 for 4 in the red zone, I believe. I mean, I just thought they played outstanding on that side of the ball.
Congratulations again. I hope it was a fun locker room celebration.
Oh, yeah. It's our first one, but we're on to the next one here soon, too.
There you go. Just like a good head coach should say, 100% of the time. Thank you, Ben. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Ben Johnson. Back to Peggy and Yurko, guys.
JJ, thank you so much. Ben Johnson does not give himself much time to enjoy the win. They're celebrating, but he's already thinking about next week in Vegas. Let's take a break. When we come back, we will also hear from the Chicago Bears quarterback, Caleb Williams, with quite a day today. 4 touchdown passes, no sacks, no interceptions, a 142.6 rating. And we will open up the phone lines at 312-332-3776. You are listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This summer, your wishes take center stage at Wish Fest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Now Milwaukee. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all summer for over $1 million in prizes and earn entries into the Wish Fest prize drawings on Friday, September 26th. Your entries from July, August, and September all count. Plus, 5 lucky winners will have their ultimate wish granted. Wish big, win big. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships is designed with your experience in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you've got people cheering for you everywhere you go. Whether it's a quick run to the grocery store, the gas station, or shopping on your phone without even getting out of bed. When you get that kind of support with lower fees, great rates, and a team that's fully committed to your success, you win. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Sweet Ticket September tips off at Potawatomi, where you can win Milwaukee Bucks tickets. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Here comes the boom, boom.
Welcome to the Great Clips Postgame Show on the Bears Radio Network. Brought to you by Great Clips. It's gonna be great. By Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, Dr. Pepper, and the Advantage Dealer Group. And now, the Great Clips Postgame Show on the Bears Radio Network. Here are your hosts, Peggy Kaczynski and John Yurkovich.
The Bears defense set the tone today. Ben Johnson wanted his team to out-physical the Cowboys, and they did, forcing a turnover on Dallas's first possession. Tremaine Edmonds with 15 tackles today. He had 2 interceptions, a career day for him. Noah Sewell with 11 tackles as well. And the Bears pull out their first win of the season, 31-14 over the Dallas Cowboys. Really nice contributions from all 3 phases of the game, Yerk.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you were looking for. And specifically is your offense putting points on the board and scoring touchdowns. And then your defense kind of complementing what the offense has got going on. Because early on, it looked like they were moving the ball on them. It looked like they were going to move the ball on them all day. Halftime adjustments came, and it looked like the Bears kind of figured things out. But after that 19-play drive, I think that's when the defense kind of fell. You know, they felt what was happening, and they could see that the offense had kind of given them a little bit of momentum. And then they went out there and played. I mean, usually you don't allow a tight end like Jake Ferguson to get 13 receptions on you, but he was the only guy, and he wasn't going to kill you. Having Jake Ferguson catch the ball 13 times for 8 yards of crack doesn't really bother anybody. He's not going to be able to take it all the way to the house. He's not a Kittle. He's not a Laporta. He's not one of those tight ends that Brock Bowers then go ahead and kill you. So if they wanted to feed him all night, I don't think the Bears defense much cared one way or the other, but they got turnovers. They got turnovers. And that's the important thing, is when you can take the football away and give it back to your offense, good things usually happen.
When you looked at this Dallas receiving core coming in, the Mario brothers with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens finished with 68 yards, and as you said, Jake Ferguson kind of replaced CeeDee Lamb with his touches. He gets 82 yards. But with the Bears being down 3 starters on defense, Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, TJ Edwards, early on you thought this could really be a problem here.
Well, I mean, everybody anticipated being a track meet.
Yes.
I mean, that's what everybody thought it was going to be, and there were a lot of points put up in the first half. There were a ton of points up on the board in the first half. So, yeah, I think people thought we were going to have ourselves a little bit of a track meet. That one drive in the third quarter was the only time anybody put points on the board. It's the only time. In the second half, only 7 points were scored. So, yeah, what looked like it was going to be a track meet. Listen, the defense needs to find something to get a grasp on. And they need something to kind of help, they can get a foundation to build a little bit of confidence. It almost looked like they had a pass rush today, which was wonderful. Sweat came off the corner. He got himself a sack. Good. There were other guys that were putting some pressure on the quarterback. Anything that you can use and utilize to give yourself a little bit of confidence until this team does start playing better. Now, Grady Jarrett got a penalty, but I thought it was a ridiculous penalty. He runs the guy over the back. He gets drugged to the ground, and as in his hunger and his thirst to want to go get the quarterback, he hits him below the leg, and they called a penalty on that. I thought that was ridiculous. Absolutely scandalous. If you get drugged down onto the quarterback, that's not your fault. I mean, at some point, the official's got to use his brain. It's that lump 3 feet above his ass.
The Bears' defense in the red zone, one of their goals today was to stop Dak Prescott and this very dangerous offense. And Cowboys were just 1 of 4 in the red zone today. The Bears' offense was 2 of 3 in the red zone. Third down defense was very good today, allowing the Cowboys to convert just 3 of 11, while the Bears converted 8 of 14 on offense. So they went out and they did what they wanted to do. Penalties, still a little bit more than you'd like to see, but they did cut down on the penalties.
Yeah, and then 58 had a couple of penalties.
Darnell Wright again.
Unfortunately, because Fox is so enamored with Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt, we never get to see a replay anymore. When those penalties happened, I wanted to see what those penalties look like. Usually they'd give you a replay, but unfortunately for the audience, Chicago Bear fans, they wanted to force Tom Brady upon your ears, and that's what you get to put up with. Instead of being able to see the action and see the replay, we were forced to put up with Tom Brady.
Last week, Tom Brady was in the coaches' booth and had headphones on with the Raiders coaches during the game. Next week, the Bears play the Raiders. Any advantage for Tom Brady to be here covering this game, walking the field beforehand? There's pictures of him talking to players like Jaquan Brisker. He met with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson.
If anything, he can tell Pete Carroll that he saw a real version of the Chicago Bears. And they look pretty dangerous. But he'll be doing a game somewhere next week So he won't be there. He won't be able to give any real-time advice or any real-time anything or another. So is it a conflict of interest? Yes. Should he be allowed to do it? No. But they don't care. They don't. Tagliabue and the NFL and everybody just wants to make sure Tom Terrific gets to nauseate fans as much as he can.
It was interesting that Ben Johnson was talking about the criticism on the use of his tight ends, but the numbers proved it, that they were one of the highest uses of 12 personnel through the first two games and the least amount of production from their tight ends because they were using them to help chip and to help the offensive line. But boy, he made a point to get them involved very, very early with Colston Loveland, went right to him a couple of times early in this game. What did he do differently? Were they not using them to chip as much? He did have 13 personnel in there a couple of times. I did notice that.
So he'd argue with you and tell you that they were in there and they only chipped them a handful of times in the games the previous game, like maybe 3 or 4 times. But otherwise, they were out there in their patterns getting things done.
Caleb Williams, 4 touchdowns today. Quite a day for him, and he is standing by with Jason McKee.
First off, here with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. First off, congratulations on the big win. Big day for you. 4 touchdowns on the day. Offense generated a lot of explosive plays. What made the offense so effective today?
Yeah, I think it's just the details that we've been harping on as a group, and also just knowing how close we are as an offense and how close we were. So we got to keep doing it. We got to be consistent, and so that's the goal now. We're 1-0 this week. The goal is to be able to go 1-0 next week, and we got to be able to be consistent with the details, tough practices and things like that, to be able to go out here and win on Sundays and things like that.
Yeah, you mentioned the details and tough practices. Coach Johnson called you guys out on practice habits this week. How intense were the practices, and how much did they have an effect on today's outcome?
Yeah, I think it did have an effect. The practice was intense, but I think it mattered for us. I think we got a bunch of guys that care, and so just doing it the right way is something that we were harping on, and the hard work and finishing games or practices or plays, or being there for one of your teammates, whether he gets tackled, you go pick him up, or maybe he missed a tackle and you go finish the tackle. So it's all about finishing and being out there and being for your brothers.
One of the most explosive plays of the day was the flea flicker. Talk about how long have you had that play? How long have you practiced that play? How excited were you about that play when it was called?
Yeah, so all week we would either miss the pass or underthrow the pass. And I just told Luther, believe, and when you start run, because you won't outrun me in the game. And the O-line did a great job, holding up protection. That's such a long play that they have to hold up for, and the wide receivers did a great job just lawing the DBs and safeties to sleep. And then after that, it's kind of just throw the ball out there and let Luther and the guys go make a play.
The defense came up big today. 4 takeaways, 3 interceptions. Also the strip fumble from Tyreek Stevenson. Talk about how energizing it is for an offense to feed off a defense when they're making plays like that.
Yeah, it's extremely important. It's hard to win games as an offense when you're turning the ball over. And so for them to be able to go and stop that offense with turnovers and things like that, such an explosive offense. And so been able to stop them, and happy for Tyreek and Tremaine and all the other guys that were out there making plays, making stops, interceptions, fumbles, and things like that. So just happy for them, and we're going to keep this going.
Talk about Coach Johnson. How gratifying was it for you guys to get that first win for him, and did he get the game ball?
Yeah, he got the game ball, of course. This is such a historic place, and team and organization, and so for him to get his first win here at home is really important. The momentum for us really important, and like I said, we got to be consistent. We got to keep going. We got to keep working hard. But like I said, it's really important, and happy for him and his family, and for us as a team.
Once again, congrats on the win. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you very much, J-Mac. Interesting to hear Caleb say that when they practiced the flea flicker all week, it wasn't successful in practice. But as Ben Johnson said, they had a whole bunch of bag of tricks that were planned today, and they didn't get to all of them. He had the confidence in them, though, to pull it off today, even though it wasn't successful in practice.
It almost looked like I wasn't going to be successful in the game either. I don't know if you saw the pitch back
from Swift. It was awful.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible. So, I mean, the thing that happened and the thing that worked was the ball was completed. So no matter how ugly it looked or how bad it may have looked, it didn't make a difference. Ultimately, they executed on the play. And that's all you want. You just want the play to end up getting executed. And we talked about the tight ends, and they're getting targeted, and they only had 4 targets today. Tight ends only had 4 targets today. 2 catches for 41 yards. 4 targets.
But when you get them involved early, the defense has to be honest.
Same way with the running game.
Yeah.
You get the running game involved early. But it's not like, oh, my God, all of a sudden they threw a bunch of targets to those guys. They didn't. They did it early, at least for Colson Loveland. They got Cole involved a little bit later in the game. But Rome Odunze is still going to be your number 1 target, and that's the way it seems. Looks like Rome Odunze has become the number 1 receiver here.
It was nice to see DJ Moore get involved. He's been used so much out of the backfield lately.
Yeah.
To see him get a touchdown as a receiver in the end zone, it was nice to see that. One thing Caleb did see was he was spreading the ball around, and he wasn't just zoning in or honing in on Rome Odunze.
Well, he found the open guy on that play. So the guy that was open was DJ Moore, and he was wide open at the back of the end zone. So that when you find the open guy, it does make everything seem so simple, which is great, which is nice, which is good to see. Any of the Caleb Williams doubters that are out there, after you have a game like this, you're like, oh, well, okay, we see the talent, we see this, we see that. Now the next challenge is replication of performance.
Exactly.
You've got to replicate what you've been able to do today. You've got to go ahead and get this done and get it done and get it done. And no matter how long you've been in the league, you've got to replicate what you do. Right now, people are looking at Mahomes, and Mahomes is not having the kind of year that he usually has. His team is not having the kind of year they usually have. So what comes under question? Mahomes and Andy Reid. They're the 2 guys. They've got all the Super Bowls, all the Super Bowl trips. But what are they talking about in Kansas City? What's going on with Mahomes, and has Andy Reid lost the magic? That's how the world works. You're either producing or you're not producing. And when you're not producing, people want to know why. So keep producing.
And the Bears did today. 312-332-3776. Sound off on, were you happy with what you saw? What was it that you saw them do that brought a smile to your face? We'll open up the phone lines when we come back. You're listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago.
There's crash bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo & Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons.
Seasons. Call 866-4Seasons.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
You finished your protein shake and you're headed home after leg day at the gym. You pull up to a stop sign. You glance left, glance right, all clear. Or is it? Do you turn left onto the road or look twice just in case? Good thing you looked again and spotted that motorcycle. Start seeing motorcycles. Think you can spot them all? Head to itsnotagameillinois.com and play the Retro Arcade.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
At 19 weeks pregnant, I found out my blood was attacking my baby. I'm Ellen, and my team said her only chance at survival was a rare procedure.
Top ranked in Illinois for obstetrics and gynecology by U.S. News & World Report, the team at Northwestern Maternal Fetal Medicine Clinic treats high-risk pregnancies from across Chicagoland. They performed an unprecedented 5 in utero blood transfusions to ensure Ellen and her baby had a compatible blood type.
Today, my baby is healthy and full of life.
Northwestern Medicine, better.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
In motion, they send the receiver, pitch out to Johnson to the left, gets into Bears territory to the 40, had a steam to the 40, or knocked him out inside the 30, and they say he fumbled the ball and took it out of his hands. Tyreek Stevenson ripped it out of his hands. Now they're discussing. Bears think it's their ball. There's scuffling going on as well. Coming up along the sideline to the 23-yard line, and the Bears are celebrating, but they're still discussing.
So Tyreek Stevenson was running to his outside. He punched the ball out, and then he grabbed it away from him. As long as he stayed in bounds, this is going to be Bears football.
Long discussion right now on a 27-yard run by Javonte Williams.
Ruling on the field was a fumble and recovered in the field of play by Chicago. First down and 2.
Wow. Oh, I mean, that's a tightrope act, but he takes the ball away, and the Bears will get it.
Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
Tyreek Stevenson definitely responded and rebounded after last week's loss to the Lions. Stevenson had allowed a passer rating of 153.8 in balls coming his way, giving up 126 yards and a touchdown, 8 targets to him, or against him, we should say, through the first 2 weeks. He definitely redeemed himself today, came out swinging. The Bears came out, though. Boy, there were 3 scuffles in the opening 5 minutes of the game.
A little scrappy.
Yeah, it got a little heated.
Every little scrappy. The referees got in it. They talked to the coaches and settled these guys down.
Bears defense had allowed 7 passing touchdowns in the first 2 games. They allowed just 1 to Dak Prescott today. They definitely did a nice job of cleaning things up. Deshaun Wright, there were times he was beat.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he was playing soft coverage. But Deshaun Wright is not Jalen Johnson. And so you can't expect the same type of plays from him that you do of Jalen
All you
Johnson.
can hope for is the guys that end up replacing your starters is they go out there and they compete. They go out there, they give their best effort, and hopefully they can make plays. Game 1, he had an interception return for a touchdown. Today, he did. He looked a little lost, reacted a little slowly on a couple of different plays. But when you play well as a team, you're allowed a little bit of grace and you're allowed a little bit of latitude for performance when everybody else is picking you up. So you can have a couple of bad plays over the course of the game because the rest of your teammates are picking you up and you're winning a football game. When you make mistakes, when you win, it's a learning experience. You go back, you look at it and say, hey, it's okay we won, but that needs to be fixed. This needs to be fixed. That needs to be fixed. There's things that need to be fixed, but they're easier to fix and they're easier to address after you win a game. Biorhythms are going to be up. People will be happier. For 2 weeks, I've been a miserable bastard. After that Minnesota game, it was awful. And then they came back the next week, and it was god-awful. It was terrible. Terrible. I mean, I've been a curmudgeon for the better part of 15 days. I try to hide it with my smiling face that you see all the time, Peggy.
I thought you were going to say 15 years.
No, 15 days. Ever since they lost to Minnesota, it's not. And everybody, well, what about the Bears? Well, what about them? They got to play better and they got to win games. That's what's about them. And today they did. Good for the Chicago Bears. Lovely, lovely. I love seeing that.
Injury report, Jalen Johnson was placed on IR over the weekend, and there was a report before the game from Ian Rappaport who said that Johnson will be flying to Philadelphia to see a specialist and that core muscle surgery is expected.
Yep.
That, they said, though, if he did that, there would be a chance for him to come back in the second half of the season.
I'd say be cautious. Be cautious when you start doing things like that. If you get him back, great. If you get him back for December, fine. Not a problem. But I wouldn't put or try to hurry or try to do some record-breaking recovery time to get him back here. If he's hurt and he's got to have surgery on that whatever core muscle, slow down. Slow down and make sure the man recovers before he gets back in here because you don't want it to reoccur. Then you got a problem.
Kyler Gordon was not active today. It seems at this point that we probably won't see him until after the bye week.
I don't know. We never found anything out about Brisker last year when he went out for the concussion stuff. So I imagine we'll never hear anything about Gordon either.
TJ Edwards was also inactive, along with Jalen Jones, DeMarco Jackson, and Ozzie Trapillo. Ozzie Trapillo was not active, and when Darnell Wright was injured, Theo Benedict came in as the swing tackle. But earlier this week, Ben Johnson did say that they liked how Ozzie Trapillo was coming along and that they do expect to see him getting in a game sometime this season. Now, whether or not that is sped up and we see him active and he is available, especially if Darnell Wright can't go next week, or we'll see how this injury goes all week. It'll be interesting to see how Ozzie Trapillo is doing in his development at right tackle.
Yeah, I don't concern myself with the reserves until they become starters. Then I concern myself with them. He's learning. He's coming along. It's taking time. He couldn't beat out Braxton Jones at the left tackle position. You don't lose it because of an injury. He had a chance to go ahead and claim that position. He wasn't quite comfortable there yet. He's a right tackle by trade, so naturally he would slot in behind Darnell Wright. If you can't play special teams, you're a healthy scratch. That's just the way that's going to be. And if Darnell Wright gets hurt, I imagine it's not Beneday. When they know they can activate him, it would be Trapillo. So, if they know he's going to be out, Trapillo would be active for the game. He would be a right tackle. Beneday, because of his versatility, is the guy that's allowed to be active on Sundays because he can play both right and left.
The Cowboys' defense under Matt Eberflus has been called leaky at best, especially on third down. Earlier today, I was watching ESPN, and Rex Ryan called the Cowboys' cover 2 defense under Matt Eberflus the doomsday defense. They have been giving up a lot of yards. They've allowed the third most passing yards per game, over 280 yards passing per game. They did it again today with giving up 298 yards to the Bears. What did you see from that defense, Matt Eberflus's defense in Dallas?
No, it's a softer defense. They want to play everything, keep everything in front of them. That's what they're looking to do. When they did get pressure, they didn't get to the quarterback, and the quarterback was able to evade and get out, buy himself more time, sometimes run Other times allow himself more time to maybe find a receiver downfield. They weren't the most crisp tackling team. A number of different chances they had to stop the Bears short of the sticks. And the Bears found a way to either be elusive and or slip a little bit of a tackle and get themselves a first down. Like anybody, your coordinator's got to be comfortable with the players that he has, and he's got to figure out what they're capable of and not capable of. I think there's still just kind of a feeling out period going on down there, like there is with us. Because I don't know who this Edmonds that showed up today was. I haven't seen him in a long, long time.
We heard about his wingspan since the Bears brought him in under Matt Eberflus when they signed he and TJ Edwards, and how this wingspan was meant to be for takeaways. He had 2 of them today.
Yeah. And he had 4 his first year. He had 4 interceptions in his first year, and that's what he's supposed to do. Second year, it was like he disappeared. He pulled a Houdini out there. Couldn't find him. This year, through the first 2 games, he's kind of out there. This is what you expect. He's one of your highest paid players on your team. Top 5. I expect the top 5 player to be able to be out there and make some plays and do some things. Linebackers get tackles. You got 15 tackles. Good for you. You're supposed to get tackles. But the interceptions, those are the things that make a difference. You know, being able to get that turnover, being in a position where you're around the football, and if something gets tipped up in the air, you're there being able to make a play, and that's what happened on the first interception that he had. He was in the vicinity. The ball went off fingertips. He was there to make the play, and he came down with the catch.
Back to Matt Eberflus's defense. They did leave Rome Odunze in man coverage with Trayvon Diggs on that blitz on their second possession that the Bears had of the game. And Caleb recognized it, that Rome was being covered in man, and then Trayvon Diggs slipped, and it was a wide open touchdown.
Yep.
So nice identification from Caleb seeing it. Caleb had a really nice game today in recognizing what he was seeing and being patient.
If you've never seen the Bears play and you never saw Caleb Williams play, you saw him for the first time today, you'd say, what are Bears fans bitching about? Because he looked good today. He looked good and great. He did. He looked great. He deserves all the credit in the world. And now we just want some more repeat performances like that. That way the question could be put behind you. And that way we can say, yes, we have our quarterback. We have him. As we move forward, this is the guy with Ben Johnson. They're going to find a way to get it done.
Boy, the big explosive plays, too. Luther Burden, 65 yards. Roma Dunze, 35 yards. DeAndre Swift had a 41-yard reception. Colston Loveland's 31-yarder early in the game. Oz also had an 11-yarder. DJ's touchdown. Cole Kmet's 10-yard touchdown. It was really nice to see. And then you heard Ben Johnson say, listen, I love those really long drives, and everybody was so impressed with the 76-yard, 19-play drive late in the game. But I really like those 1- and 2-play drives, too.
Sure. You love to be able to put points on the board.
And they needed those points early.
And be known as an explosive offense. That's what you want to be known as, an explosive offense. This team can score from anywhere at any time during the game. That's a nice little label to have for an offensive football team.
And they did get the rushing game going on the ground. 29 carries. DeAndre Swift with 33 yards. Kyle Monangai got in there. He had 6 carries for 16 yards. And Caleb Williams just had 12 carries, or 5 carries for 12 yards, which the worry was that Caleb was going to be your leading rusher again. With these guys, DeAndre Swift was on the injury report earlier this week. Roshan Johnson was active, but is not being used anymore as a running back. He seems to be only a special teamer now.
He's got a role, and that role's on special teams. So be special on special teams. That's what you got to do. So hopefully Rosh Khan will answer the bell.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, it's your turn. 312-332-3776. Bears win. They head to Vegas with a win in their pocket, feeling good. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right, Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with the Fuel Rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
At UI Health, compassion isn't just care, it's commitment. UI Health's team of experts listens to your story, understands your experience, and embraces your voice. That's because UI Health is with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, UI Health's care heals and saves. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Advantage Toyota River Oaks is your connection to your new Toyota. Drive home in less than 60 minutes or they'll make your first car payment. See them in Calumet City or visit AdvantageToyota.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Prescott gets the ball back. Prescott looking. Prescott punches a pass. Intercepted in the end zone. Tremaine Edmonds, number 2 today. He was the only guy going to get it. It was Prescott to Edmonds. Milton takes the snap. A nice tight spiral right in the hands of Kevin Byard in the end zone. 3rd interception by the Bears today. 4th takeaway. Kevin Byard with the swipe. Byard, another interception and a great career for the veteran in his 150th NFL game.
Peggy and Yurko, post-game on ESPN Chicago.
The Bears' 4 turnovers, or 4 takeaways, I should say, by the Bears' defense. It was the advantage of the game, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Don't forget, every time We give you the Bears advantage of the game after each game. We will open up the phone lines later in the show, ask you to recall what we had as the Bears advantage. The caller that correctly states what it was will be entered to win a 2026 Chevy Trax. The Bears advantage of the game today, again, were the 4 takeaways by the Bears defense. All right, let's open up the phone lines as Bears fans want to celebrate the first win of the season, the first win of the Ben Johnson era. Lewis and Lyle, you're up first.
Afternoon. It's been 1,106 days since I last got to see a win in person. That was week 1 of 2022, the first year of Matt Eberflus with Justin Fields. This has been beyond sweet, because I have seen quite a few losses, including that game against the Packers last year when we lost on a blocked field goal, where you can ask anyone, including my wife, who was next to me at the time. I went from jumping up and down in excitement to complete despair in under a second. Caleb looked phenomenal from where I was watching. Yes, he had some misses, but he's reading the field so much better than he ever did. 4 turnovers for the defense, which I don't think anybody expected. Yes, we only had 1 sack, but you know what? At least it was Montez Sweat. He might be earning that paycheck.
They had 2 sacks, Lewis. They had 2 sacks.
He had 2?
Yeah,
he had 2?
No.
I must have blocked that one out.
Dominique Robinson had one. Robinson had one.
That's much better than maybe I was in the bathroom for that one. I feel bad that I missed that, but still 2 sacks, 4 turnovers, and you know what? Before the season started, somewhat as a joke but somewhat serious, Sylvie and Dion asked who was going to be the surprise player or coach for Chicago sports, and I said Tremaine Edmonds, because he was going to surprise us by living up to his contract. And you know what? Today, he hasn't completely, but he started to live up to that contract that we've signed him for. I'm a little bit out of breath because I stayed in my seat until it was all zeros on the clock. And you know what? Bear down. Let's take this win. And You know what? Enjoy Vegas, guys.
Thank you, Lewis.
And take the day off tomorrow, Lewis.
Yes, you deserve it.
You deserve the day.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Yeah, listen, it was a good showing by the defense. They still gave up a lot of yards, but they made up for the guys that were missing, and they held Dak Prescott, who is a very dangerous quarterback, to just 1 touchdown and an 80.3 rating. So
most importantly, they forced him to kick some field goals.
Yeah.
Which I like.
Absolutely. Let's keep going on the phone line. Stephen is in Detroit. Hello, Stephen. Welcome into the Great Clips postgame show.
Hey, guys. I really needed this game badly.
Stephen, you know what's funny is listening to the tone of the callers' voices. Everyone is like so relieved.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I got multiple reasons.
Okay.
The Cubs got swept today. Illinois got their butt kicked yesterday. My favorite soccer team lost today. A friend died over the weekend.
Jeez. And Stephen,
be careful.
I really needed this.
Hug your puppy.
I really needed this game.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, a couple of things. Offensively, I still need to see Monangai run the ball more effectively, and I think Johnson needs to, commit to run. I'm kind of tired of seeing DeAndre get busted up behind the line of scrimmage, or he doesn't have the vision to run or hit the hole quickly. Defensively, the tackling was so poor. The pass rush, we talk about the pass rush, but the run defense and the tackling was just so poor all throughout the day. I was so worried that this game the Bears were going to blow it because the defense just wasn't good enough. But thankfully, the offense was so good today from start to finish. I'm so happy that Caleb at least took a massive step today with the performance. That I think probably the best game he had as a Bear, no sacks being given. Thankfully, the offensive line really did a great job protecting him all day. The defense still needs a lot of cleaning up to do, and I hope that Dennis Allen, at least he is as good as advertised the first 2 games. It wasn't all that impressive, and I think hopefully that this is what is needed, because I know Ben Johnson called out a lot of players this week for poor practices, and I think it was geared towards defense or even Dennis Allen for that matter. So I hope that this is the start of something really, really good moving forward.
Stephen, thank you. Actually, it was not just the defense that he was calling out. He was actually calling out the offense as well. He said watching what some of the receivers were doing on plays that were not intended for them was not good. He did not like the way the offensive linemen were playing when the play was downfield. Last week when DeAndre Swift lost the fumble, there was no one there to try to bring that back in. So he was calling guys out on both sides of the ball. It was not just the defense.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes it helps when you name names. And when you name names and you let guys know that it's not enough, either you circle the wagons and the guys have a tremendous effort, or it gets worse. And either way, as a head coach, you got to find out what the hell's going on.
You know, they were bending. They didn't break. They gave up 292 yards in the air. They gave up 121 yards on the ground. But like you said, they forced field goals. Only one touchdown, and they forced field goals.
And they gave up 14 points, which is the most important thing.
Absolutely. Let's keep going on the phone lines. Out to Joliet we go. Nick, you're up next. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how you doing, Peg?
Fabulous. They won.
Hey, okay, Yerk.
Yo.
What's up, man? Southside pride, my dude. First things first, this defense has problems. We have no defensive backs, and it's going to be an issue. Tyreek Stevenson did come to play today, but hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tyreek came to play a little bit today.
Yes.
But this defensive back field has to get better. I don't know who number 32 is, but come on. What are we doing? Why is Ryan Cole?
Maybe life gets better when Gordon gets back in. Maybe life gets better when Gordon gets in.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
That is the truth. Hey, Yerk, I love you, man.
Thank you, brother.
You are the man, dude.
I appreciate it.
Listen, they had to call up a couple of guys. Dallas Flowers was called up from the practice squad, activated. They're banged up. It used to be the strength of this team, but without Jalen Johnson and his nickel back, and they're banged up. Even Jalen Jones, who's one of the backups, he was inactive, I believe, today. So you don't just find these guys. You're not going to find the stars. When they're healthy, they're good. The problem is they're not healthy, and there's too many of them that aren't healthy.
But you still got to find a way to play.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no excuses. Exactly. And everybody's banged up around the league, and you're going to get more banged up around the league. You hope you get guys back, and when they come back, they're somewhat effective.
I mean, if you are playing a Nahshon Wright in place of a Jalen Johnson, then you're going to have to allow him to play a little bit looser coverage. And then you, like we said, then you tighten it up. The closer you get to the end zone, then you tighten it up. So, yeah, I mean, he's not Jalen Johnson, so you can't expect the same thing out of him. Let's take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls, 312-332-3776. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW. Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club, September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
To right, to left, takes the snap, looking, scanning, now running right, gonna throw back in the end zone, middle, DJ Moore, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! That's 4, baby! 4 Caleb Williams touchdowns.
Peggy and Yurko, post-game on ESPN Chicago.
Watching the Bears celebration post-game in the locker room, Ben Johnson handing out game balls to Caleb Williams and to Tremaine Edmonds before Caleb Williams awards a game ball to Ben Johnson for his first win as the Bears head coach, and the fact that it came at home at Soldier Field. On top of it was a little whipped cream on top, little cherry
Sprinkles,
on top.
Little sprinkles, some hot fudge.
Boy, he tried to step back out of that celebration, but those guys just smothered him. They smothered Ben Johnson. A report by...
A little man sandwich?
Yes, there was a man sandwich for sure.
Interesting.
Yes. Report by Adam Johns of CHG. Is he CHGO now? Yeah. Of CHGO. I should know that. I saw him Friday night. Adam Johns reported that the Bears held a defensive players-only meeting this week, according to Jaquan Brisker, after last week's debacle against the Detroit Lions, and many people calling them out for the effort or the lack of effort that they displayed in that game. They responded today. They came out forcing a takeaway on the very first possession of the Cowboys, and They may be without 3 starters on defense, but they held them to just 1 touchdown and a couple of field goals. So that was a pretty nice job as the Bears defense did respond.
This is the confidence game. And when you don't have confidence, things have a tendency to go wrong for one reason or another. And when you play with confidence and you build confidence, then things have a way of going right. You're in the right place at the right time for some crazy reason. All of a sudden, everything you do is correct. This is a defense that's trying to build its confidence. And during the game, you could see they were trying to search. They were trying to find. And by the end of it, because they were up and they were feeling good about themselves, they looked like a competent defensive football team. So hopefully they continue to find it. They continue to find it. They're not playing an exceptional football team next week. They should be able to beat this team. They're not great by any stretch of the imagination. So this will be a winnable game in Vegas. Enjoy, celebrate. As Ozzie Guillen once said, when you win, the beer tastes better. And it does. The beer does taste better when you win. So enjoy yourselves tonight and get ready to come back to work tomorrow. Tuesday off. Preparation for Vegas starts on Wednesday.
The Raiders lost to the Commanders 41-24.
Ass kick.
Despite Geno Smith throwing for 289 yards and 3 touchdowns. They could still be dangerous. And the surprise, I thought, was the Packers. What happened there? They lost to the Browns 13-10.
What happened there, Peggy, is they didn't score a lot of points.
1 touchdown, 183 yards from Jordan Love.
Yeah, not a lot of points there. That's problematic. They had a chance to kick a field goal to take a lead. They didn't. Cleveland got the ball, and they put themselves in a position where they could try a long field goal. They made it. So, I mean, that's as simple as that. Going on the road and winning games is not easy in the NFL. It's tough. That's why you've got to win your home games. You win your home games, and then you go and you fight on the road trying to win a handful of them when you're on the road. And then usually you'll end up making the playoffs because of that. But, going in there and playing Cleveland, a team that's in the AFC North, you've got to play all the North teams, and you're on the road. Cleveland's not a fun place. Trust me, I spent a year there. It's not a fun place. Good luck finding a good meal. That's probably what the biggest challenge was for the Packers the night before. Man, where are we going to go eat? Where are we going to get a good meal? So you can go to Slyman's, get yourself a nice corned beef sandwich, but that's not going to do it for you. So, no, they went there. I don't know if it's a trap game or not a trap game. I don't know who they play next week, but I mean, you gotta get out there and you've got to convince yourself to play your ass off. And everybody knows the one thing Cleveland does have is they could put pressure. They can put pressure. They've got Myles Garrett. They could put pressure on an opposing team's quarterback. And they did. If you saw any of the game earlier today, they put some pressure on the Green Bay Packers. And the longer it stayed a game, the more Cleveland started to believe. The longer it stays a game, the more you start to believe. And then Jordan Love did a couple of silly things, and it cost them.
Meanwhile, the Vikings just clobbered the Bengals, who were without Joe Burrow. Jake Browning just looked awful. 19 of 27 for, what did he have? 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 3 sacks, a 63.8 rating, while Carson Wentz had 173 yards, 2 touchdowns. They rushed for 169 yards and had over 200 yards in the air. Minnesota.
I just saw the Green Bay. Green Bay had a field goal blocked.
They did have a field goal blocked late in the game.
The field goal got blocked late in the game.
And it gave Cleveland the ball back and a chance to kick a game-winning field goal.
And they did.
And they did a 55-yarder. Yeah. So all is not lost. So that means the Packers and the Vikings are 2-1. The Bears are 1-2. The Lions are on Monday Night Football in Baltimore, and they are 1-1 in the season. So the division's still interesting. It's still interesting.
Well, listen, the sooner you get your head above water, and that's what they need to do at 2-2. The minute you get your head above water, people can talk. You talk about something. Hey, all right, here we are. First 4 games, 2-2, into the bye. Let's get healthy. Great. All of it's great. You still got the meat of your schedule that you got to face. The nightmare aspect of your schedule is ahead of you.
Well, and a lot of teams are having problems. We saw there's a lot of backup quarterbacks that are playing. There's a lot of games being decided by special teams in the kicking game. So, the season is young.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things going on early. Some of the older teams, the like you said, the Chiefs, not playing so good. Eagles are not playing like you're used to seeing them
They're not
play.
playing like world beaters, but they seem to keep
They're
winning.
finding a way to win.
They just keep winning.
Yeah. Kevin is leaving Soldier Field. He's calling us here on the Great Clips postgame show. Hello, Kevin.
Good game. Hey there.
Yeah,
Good
we
game.
got you.
A lot of fun to watch. Two most important things. Caleb now, week 1, looked below average. I thought week 2, he looked average. And now week 3, he looked above average. And the same goes for Ben Johnson. When you're watching the game, you're seeing open receivers. You're seeing open running lanes even. I think we've got a personnel problem back there. And so that's the most important thing. But as a fan, we can't say, oh, now we can win the division. You go on a run. Like, this is still a team that doesn't have the personnel they need. And you see that on defense because let's not forget CeeDee Lamb was out basically, the second series. I think you saw him on the sideline, never came back.
Right.
And so that game could have looked different. I'm very happy about it. But the main thing is we keep seeing the growth from the two most important people in that organization. And lastly, I want to give a shout-out to Ben Johnson. 4th and 5. You're up 24-14. That's a gigantic call. And now it's the 3rd week in a row he does that. And again, he schemed a guy open, and Caleb made the play. I think that was the DJ Moore or Cole Kmet touchdown. I can't recall exactly. But I just think he deserves credit for that because we beat him up the first 2 weeks on his 4th down calls. And he is who he is, and he's showing that. And so I always tip my hat when a professional does that and it works out. And so, you got to feel good, but let's not run away and get carried away and then be mad when it doesn't look as good maybe in the coming weeks. So take the win, and the two most important people are looking good, so let's hope it stays that way.
Well said, Kevin. And yes, it was 4th and 4 when he found DJ Moore on the touchdown when they went for it. So, and that was with 7 minutes left in the game. Yeah, good call. We appreciate that. Let's keep going. We'll take one more phone call before we have to take another break. Ken is in California. Hi, Ken.
Yeah, it's Tim and Palatine, not Ken.
Sorry about
what's
that.
Going on, buddy?
Hey, Yurko, how you doing? Couple things. Not so much about the Bears. I'm not a Bears fan. Some of these receivers just shouldn't be in the league. They can't catch. Every time it hits their hands, defense picks it off. And offensive linemen, don't they know how to block for field goals? How many field goals got blocked today? 5. How many got run back?
I think it was
3.
4 or 5.
Good.
Yeah, it was
Go ahead,
brutal. It was brutal out there.
Eagles they returned
Eagles
one?
returned one. 90 blocked it, picked it up, and returned it for a touchdown against the Rams.
Yeah.
The Rams had a double-digit lead in the 4th quarter, I believe, and found a way to go ahead and lose the game to the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's an interesting one. Boy, had the Rams play Philadelphia good.
Was he talking about Roma Dunze with the ball that went off his hands, saying that what's he doing in the NFL? He can't catch the ball?
I don't know if he was necessarily talking about Rome as much as he might have been talking about the Dallas receiver that had the ball go off his hand.
Oh,
and
okay.
Go in,
and ended
Edmonds'
in Tremaine
hands.
Edmonds' hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
okay.
either way, you and I both saw Roma Dunze miss that ball, and you and I both had a comment on it.
And you know how much better he would be when he makes those plays.
Yep.
He needs, if he played to his size and actually used his size, he would be even that much more dangerous. He just needs to use his size and come down with the ball. Just come down with the ball. That's
Just
all.
catch the balls that are thrown into your hands.
That's right. 312-332-3776. It's a victorious postgame show because the Bears get their first win of the season, the first win in the Ben Johnson era, before they head to Vegas. And the party will continue when we hit Sin City. It'll also continue when we come back from this break.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires.
Bell Tire.
See belltire.com for details.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Caleb under center drags Komet into the backfield. He'll line up as a fullback for DeAndre Swift from the 35-yard line. One safety back deep. Here's the pitch to Swift. Tosses it back to Caleb Williams. Looking deep down the left side. Going for Luther Burden over the shoulder. 20, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Ben's bag of tricks, baby. That's number one. Ben's bag of tricks. Fans are going berserk. They loved it. Every bit of it. 65 yards to the house.
Peggy and Yurko, post game on ESPN Chicago.
That flea flicker that Caleb Williams threw to Luther Burden III didn't start out so pretty on DeAndre Swift's little flick back to him. That was high. It could have been a disaster if it went over Caleb's head. But somehow he came down with it, and boy, he threw a beautiful 65-yard dime.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty is it worked. No matter what it looked like. And Luther Burden, when he came down, was worried about the sideline a little bit. He came down with the catch. Looked like he bobbled that ball a little bit. Saw his hands hit the ball. Then all of a sudden, there were no hands on the ball.
Right.
But he went and snagged it, and he got it back. So it's about execution. The game is about getting it done. And on that specific play, even though it wasn't pretty, and they're not all pretty sometimes, it worked out. It got executed. It was completed. It went for a touchdown. And that's what it's all about. Getting touchdowns.
And Ben Johnson told our post-game show here on the Bears Radio Network that the coaches actually had more tricks in the bag of tricks in today's game plan, and they just didn't get to all of them. So there was more that was planned. So maybe we will continue to see. It does keep the defense a little bit honest, and you catch them off guard.
I think it gets the guys hyped up, too. I think it gets guys hyped up.
They're fun.
Yeah. And you know when you run them, and you know when they get called, you're like, this is it. This is our play. This is the one we get to take to the house. This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you call them and they work, they're fun. Everybody is happy.
And Ben Johnson called the team out earlier this week for their practice habits not being championship caliber, and also challenging his players to see who wanted to practice in a way that would earn them more playing time and earn them maybe balls coming their way. And for that, they responded after that Detroit blowout. And for that, Ben Johnson wins his first game as head coach of the Chicago Bears. And this is what it sounded like in the Bears locker room after the win. Or not. It was not that quiet. It was not that quiet. They were excited. They were awarding game balls to Caleb Williams, game ball to Tremaine Edmonds.
This is so exciting.
And then they rewarded a game ball to Ben Johnson for his first win. Are we going to?
But there was, I kind of.
It's not there. We don't have it.
No, but I kind of did it. Like, wasn't that great how I did it?
If you celebrated like that in an NFL locker room when you were playing,
I went, wee!
I have a hard time believing
that's it, man.
that's what you did.
We did a lot of winning, too, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of winning in my days.
In Green Bay or Jacksonville?
Both.
Cleveland.
Green Bay and Jacksonville. In Cleveland, none at all. Yeah. Cleveland, not many victories. There weren't even moral victories in Cleveland.
Let's grab Matt in Streamwood up next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Peggy Yurko, thanks for taking my phone call. You guys, I'm just excited. This is probably the biggest signature win, especially for Ryan Poles' regime, since that Monday night in New England in 2022, that upset win. But just for me, Dallas is a better team than the Bears, just always has been. And just, I cannot believe Schottenheimer removed Dak Prescott with 6 minutes to go left in the fourth quarter, or 5 minutes left to go, just because it was a second interception. But just for me, I'm so happy, Yurko and Peggy, with Tremaine Edmonds. I've been dogging him for the past 2 years because I just never seen him that much.
Right, he
I
deserved
was happy
it.
for him that he got the interceptions.
Yep.
And I'm happy for Tyreke Stevenson. He finally responded. He needs to be our lead cornerback. He's the healthiest cornerback that we have, and he's got to be the number one quarterback right now because we can't rely on Kyler Gordon right now, and we can't rely on Jalen Johnson because he's hurt. So for me, I was just happy for the defense, and especially for the offense, that when the defense took the ball away, that the offense, I think they scored 14 points off the turnovers. And I'm just happy for this offense. And for me, you guys, I finally had pride in this team. It was for the first time in maybe 2 years that I had pride in my team this time. Thank you, guys.
I love the fact that this could build confidence for the squad.
Yeah.
They could walk around with their chests out a little bit, hey, with some expectations of what they want to be able to do. These guys got to be the cock of the walk, the barnyard pimp. I mean, that's what you got to be. You got to be out there. You got to be able to strut, and you got to be able to make it happen. But in your actions, in your play, not in your talk, not in your jibber-jabber, not in the post-play bureaucratics that go out on the football field. I don't want to see it then. I want to see it between the whistles. That's when it's important. That's when the confidence is important. I don't need no blank talking. Nobody's impressed with that. Nobody's impressed with post-whistle activities. It's unimpressive. It's amateur hour at the Apollo, okay? We don't need that. We don't want that. But I want these guys to start feeling confident about themselves, and the confidence comes when you win and when you play well. So, and that's great for Edmonds. Good for him.
Listen, I thought
I'm glad he finally had a good, and Tyreek Stevenson too.
That's what I was going to say.
He was in coverage a lot, making plays. And
exactly.
That's good.
It is good for him because sometimes he tends to be the talker and gets himself in trouble, and then he becomes the most targeted corner.
Right.
And it almost he takes himself out of the game.
Who abused him last week? Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, yeah, 3 touchdowns. Oh,
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the last time I saw another man taking advantage of like that was in Shawshank Redemption. Woo. Boy, I tell you, you got to step up. You got to play better, man. That's no good. Peg, you going to make it? You going to be all right?
A good game, you Shawshank.
Yeah,
reference.
she got Shawshank just now. Woo.
I can't believe you said that. All right, let's take a break. Tammy, hang on the phone lines.
We're gonna get your
call.
Peggy.
We're gonna get your call.
Let's play back her
in
highlight
just a
reel.
second. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Here comes the ball. This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Fazio Insurance in Joliet if auto owners make sense for you.
Football is back, and so is the perfect beer for your game day lineup, Yuengling Flight.
It's the next generation of light beer, crisp, clean, and just 95 calories. That's a win before kickoff.
You bring the wings and the jerseys, and we'll bring the flight, whether you're tailgating or posting up with friends.
Flight brings the flavor and keeps the energy up all season long.
Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Left to right from the Cowboy 35. Snap back. Caleb going to throw down the left side. Right. Open at the 10 to the 5. Adunze. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Play clock being worked by Caleb Williams. Snap back. Fakes it. Little pressure up the middle. Back of the end zone. Over the middle. Touchdown. Touchdown. Cole Kmet. Touchdown Bears.
Peggy and Yurko post game on ESPN Chicago.
Caleb Williams, 4 touchdown passes today, tying his career high. No interceptions, was not sacked, and finishes with a passer rating of 142.6. Caleb Williams is our Finding the Great, which is brought to you by Great Clips, because at Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes so that every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. Download their app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great. Caleb Williams was great today, and we do have that audio now of him presenting the game ball to head coach Ben Johnson after today's game for Ben Johnson's first career win as a head coach.
Hey, we said coming into this game now, it was going to be about situational football. All right, we did. All right, third down defense. They were 3 of 11. Offense, we were 8 of 14. Talk about red zone. Red zone, they were 1 of 4. We were 2 of 3. And we talked about 2 minutes. The way you guys handled it before halftime was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And the defense way to come through for us there at the end. Closing that game off. Hell of a job. And then I got 2 game balls here. Give me one, right, real quick. Quarterback had 142.6 passer rating. Hey, I love y'all boys. Couldn't do this without y'all, all the hard work and preparation. We're 1-0 this week. We got to go 1-0 next week. We got to come back and prepare and do the same thing. That's all I got. All right, the other one that stood out to me, man, all over the field today. 2 interceptions! Hey, look. Hey, that's what it feels like, fellas, bro. We work too hard, bro. We got to come in here, celebrate with one another. Hey, but look, enjoy this one. Hey, tomorrow, let's enjoy it still. Tuesday, flip the page, but let's get back in that lab. Yes, sir. I got one more. My bad. It's Boss Man's first home victory. First win. You know what I got. Repeat after me now. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. The good gets better. And you better get better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3.
That was actually pretty fun.
Was that a sneaky version of You Better, You Better, You Bet?
That's right.
When I said I love you, you said you better. That's what it sounded like.
You better,
you bet. It's a great song right there. Good for them. See what happens when you win?
It's fun.
Everybody likes everybody.
Winning is fun, and fun is winning.
Yes.
It's all good.
That's what it's about. You see how happy they are, how joyous they are? Now they need to remember what that feeling is like.
Yep, and
That's a great feeling. And you want to replicate. You want to have that feeling once again. And I hope come Vegas. Oh, Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. We're going to be there, Peggy. We're going to be there. It's Vegas time. And let's hope this team brings the funk next week.
Yeah, exactly. Tammy's been on hold for a while. Let's
Talk
get
to
Tammy
her.
in here. Tammy's in Northwest Indiana. Hi, Tammy. Thank you for holding on.
Hey, Peggy. Hey, you guys. Good evening, and thank you for sharing that wonderful clip from the locker room. That just gave me goosebumps. I just pulled over in a parking lot here. We're in Chesterton, Indiana. We've been on the road, but we've listened to this game and on the radio, and thank you for bringing it to all of us who can't, be there in a room or watching it on TV today. I just wanted to say that myself and my family, we are Bears divas. We've always loved the Bears. We've been with them through thick and thin. Today was phenomenal. It just made us feel really good about the team, the franchise, the city, and the direction. And I was so happy to hear the replays about how they were able to distribute the ball today on offense. I was happy to see Cole get in a play, DJ, all the other players. Caleb seems to getting a better vision. But I think the other thing that resonated to us in listening to this was the word team. I really believe they came off that field today on Soldier Field as a team. And that was phenomenal because in that locker room, and hopefully that will resonate as they prepare to go off, for their next trip to Las Vegas. But we have to keep believing in them and be positive. And I know people get a little, disappointed in the ups and downs in professional sports, but we got to stick with this franchise, and we have to remember what all the people before them brought. And, here in Northwest Indiana, we have strong football history too, with the Karras brothers and others. So, we really want to keep pushing hard, and we're going to give them the love. And hopefully the rest of Chicagoland and Bears Nation will continue to provide them with positive reinforcement. And thanks, you guys, for doing a wonderful show.
Tammy, thank you very much. Much appreciated that, right? Eight different receivers Caleb Williams found today for 298 yards. So, yeah, he did a nice job of distributing the football.
Team, you remember the team talk in Untouchables where Robert De Niro played Al Capone? Where he walked around the table, he said, team, and everybody's repeating team. When at the plate, time for individual accomplishment. But when in the field, team. And then he proceeded to go behind one guy and beat his brains in with a baseball bat. Team.
So I like when in the locker room when you hear the celebrations like that after they pass out the game balls and you hear guys in the background, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then you hear the one guy mumbling by his locker. What about my game ball? I had a great game. What about my game ball?
Luther Burden standing there going, I don't get what.
He's fine.
Not yet.
Bigger and better games coming up for Luther Burden.
Yeah, listen, he only had a couple of targets the first two games. Yep. And he had 3 targets today, caught all 3 balls, 101 yards. So he did a very nice job when his number was called today. So
absolutely.
Really nice job. Do we have to take another break here? Yeah, let's take another break. And, we still have to do the verdict.
We do. Yes, the verdict
There's
of the
a question on X that someone is asking you. And if there were any other phone calls, we could always take that as well.
On X?
Yeah, more to come. This is Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories. about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you. Bell Tire. We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires. Bell Tire. See belltire.com for details.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you've got people cheering for you everywhere you go. CCU is a not-for-profit owned entirely by its members, so we truly have your best interests at heart. Even better, we welcome everyone. When you get lower fees, great rates, and a team that's always got your back, you win. Visit the new myconsumers.org. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner. Insured by NCUA.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Our patient Mike had blood clots deep in his lungs that were putting his heart under major duress. Using a minimally invasive procedure pioneered by our team, we were able to clear them.
Top ranked in Illinois for heart and vascular by U.S. News and World Report, Northwestern Memorial Hospital used tiny balloons to widen the vessels in his lungs, the first in Illinois to master this breakthrough method.
As Mike's nurse, I'm proud to have helped him breathe freely again.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
21, snap, blitz, dunk pressure coming. Dominique Robinson and company. Down he goes. Dak Prescott could not pull the trigger. They were stormtrooping Prescott and put him down to the ground. The first sack of the day by the Bears, and it's a big one. It puts them 3rd and 16. Prescott to throw again. Pocket starts to close, and down he goes. Avalanche coming in, and it's Montez Sweat.
Post-game wrap-up is next with Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, and Jeff Meller.
A complete win for the Bears today without 3 of their defensive starters. Now they take a 31-14 win and a 1-2 record to Vegas, where they will meet the Raiders next Sunday afternoon. But Yurko, a good win for them, something that they could definitely build off of.
Oh, absolutely. And you heard the voices. You heard the enthusiasm. You heard the excitement that this team had. The way they played, they kind of, started slowly defensively, but kept them out of the end zone. And they started getting a little more confidence, a little bit more confidence. And then the defense grew into the game. The offense was hitting early on all cylinders. The offense looked like they were ready to rock today, like they were going to go. They knew they were playing a defense that's been beat up a little bit, and they wanted to take advantage of it. But it was the defense that started slow, and then kind of built it. And by the end of the game, they were playing with a lot of confidence. So that's what I like to see. And now you got to find a way to get it done again this week.
Colston Loveland did leave the game with an injury. Not sure what happened there. Darnell Wright left the game. He did return. We will keep an eye on him throughout the week with our reports from Hallis Hall from Bears practices before they head out to Vegas. But there was a report. Ian Rappaport did report that Jalen Johnson will be flying to Philadelphia this week to meet with Dr. William Myers of the Ventura Institute, and core muscle surgery is likely. But they said if that is the case, there is hope that he would still be able to return by the end of the season. So that is the Bears injury update. In the meantime, let's get a quick call in here from Mickey in Roscoe Village. Hi, Mickey.
Hey, how are we doing, guys?
Great.
Great win today. Got a question for you. I don't know who to be most impressed by in terms of the defense. Should we impress by the secondary? Giants put up almost a 40 burner on the Cowboys last week. How impressed should we be by our Bears secondary? Or is it more important to focus on the front line that's really getting it done, putting the pressure on so the quarterbacks are making bad decisions?
I would focus on the total defensive effort that you had today and contributions from everybody across the board. That's what I'd focus on. Even Byard had a big hit today.
Yeah.
And he kept that hit clean, kept the helmet out of it, kept the shoulder in there, which is a difficult thing to do sometimes. Stevenson with a rebound game after being abused by St. Brown last week. I just think there was Edmonds finally showing up for a football game, which was nice to see. Jarrett getting after it, even though he's hobbled with a knee injury. And guys getting after it on the defensive line. Robinson, you said, had the sack.
Dominique Robinson and
Montez both had sacks, but they had pressure throughout the game. Yeah, then you hope they watch this. They get a good feeling about what they're doing. They get a good game plan going in against Vegas, and you come out and you do the same thing. You're like a boa constrictor. You get a hold of your victim, and then every time they take a breath, you squeeze a little bit tighter. When they exhale, you squeeze a little bit tighter until you suck the life out of them and you find a way to win a football game. That's what we got to do in Vegas next week. Can't roll craps in Vegas. Double one. Snake eyes, no good. The tree. Boxcars, no good, Peggy.
Are you bringing your bathing suit?
Of course I am.
Oh, God.
My Borat Speedo. The over-shoulder boulder holder that I got going on. Remember the yellow one he wore? It's a beauty.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Oh, you should see me in that.
Oh.
Golden. Well, my problem is I got the golf tan going on right now.
Yeah.
So everything else is going to be pasty white.
Right.
So I'm going to have to put like a cottage cheese-like substance on me so as I don't burn.
Right.
Yeah, so it's going to be thick, creamy, and white. And it's going to be sexy. Yeah. It's going to be good times in Vegas.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. It's like a sour cream
I'll see you at the post-game show.
Stop describing any of this stuff for me, please.
Don't get us in trouble.
No.
Please.
I'm not getting nobody in trouble. I'm just telling you what real life is.
No, I'm getting nauseous. I'm not worried about that.
I got stubbly hairs everywhere.
Hey, so do I.
Stubbly hairs.
Do you have a verdict?
I've got them in places nobody should have them. I do.
You do. I know you do too. That's when you wear your your Speedo.
Sure, my banana hammock.
Is the hair coming out from back there?
You bet.
Oh man.
The keister. My heavens.
Oh my Lord.
It looks like a Georgia peach.
Welcome to the 70s.
Yeah. All right. What's the verdict?
What's the verdict?
Brought to you by Verdoliak Law. Injured in a truck car accident called Verdoliak Law Group. They've been fighting insurance companies since 1963. 8444 VLG Law. The verdict is this was exceptional today. The verdict is we need to see a whole lot more of this the rest of the season. The verdict is that we need to see that type of consistent team football being played and utilized over the course of the rest of the year. Not that they were going to beat Detroit. I don't think they would have. But if they played this way, they would have had the first game for sure against the Minnesota Vikings. And I really would be feeling good about what the Chicago Bears were going to do this year. So the verdict is we want to see more of this. That's what we want. Verdoliak Law Group. Verdict. It's in, Peggy.
I still have images of Yurko in his
Let me tell you
banana
something.
hammock.
Yeah, you don't want to have those videos. You won't sleep tonight.
With
You're going to wake up in a cold sweat with the vision of that.
That, my friend, is true.
Do you remember Mr. Burns from The Simpsons?
Yeah.
And they show you his backside where it's just bony and decrepit and stuff. That's what I look like. It's not good, Peggy. People go, Yerk, you're bringing your swimsuit? Yeah, I'm going to bring it. But if I'm going to bring the swimsuit, you better be prepared for the hell that's about to ensue upon the vision of every single listener that might be out there.
I keep
my clothes on for a reason, Peggy, so as not to shock the world. And I'm not talking about in a good way. I wouldn't be shocking anybody in a good way.
Can you shock the Raiders?
I'm going to shock them. When I get a hold of them, oh, boy, yeah. They'd see me. I'm telling you, the guys that used to be on the team, when I come walking in the shower, they're just like, how in the hell do you play football? I have a unique body style, Peggy. The Lord blessed me with this. He did. I can't help it. He went and said, bam, you're going to be something special. But you're going to be stricken with something. And
I'll be stricken with something, all right.
He gave me a Bimbec. You know what a Bimbec is? So he gave me a layer of fat when I was a kid in the midsection area. The doctor taped it to my body because it was superfluous, you know? It was too much. So the doc just taped it to my body, okay? He did. He said, but you're going to have this. He goes, you're going to have great strength. You're going to have good speed. You're going to have brains. You're going to be one of the smartest guys out there. But I'm going to give you this, and you do the best you can with it. And I have, Peggy. You're looking at me over there all shocked like. Now you got me self-conscious, thinking about my Speedo.
No, I see you walking like a peacock, strutting around the pool.
And not only that, but I usually get down in a deep lunge when I'm at the pool.
You like to do your stretches?
Groin stretches right there at the pool, deep lunges.
I like to do the stretches like on Saturday Night Live. The girl, I'm 50.
I'm 50.
50.
Yeah.
And she kicks a leg up, and then she gets down, and she stretches from one side, stretches to the other.
I like to kick.
That's right.
Yeah, oh yeah. What's her name? Molly Shannon?
Yes.
But what was her name on the thing?
Yeah, what was the
like
character that she played?
Patty O'Grady or something like that.
Oh.
My name's Mary O'Grady.
Oh, no, it was like Mary Catherine.
No, that's the other one where she put her hands in her arms.
Her armpits. Yeah,
she
smells her armpits. Yeah, that's right.
And she wanted to sing instead of Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wanted to be the star of the Christmas pageant.
We have gone way off.
But Rosie O'Donnell was in that one, too.
All right, let's celebrate the Bears win. The Bears won today, 31-14, and they head to Vegas with us and all of our shows from ESPN 1000.
This should be a 90-minute show.
And we will be there at Mandalay Bay. We hope you will, too. Our thanks to executive producer Eric Ostrowski, Jack McGrath, and Kendra Smith. Our broadcast crew, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Their guests, Luther Burden, Ben Johnson, and Caleb Williams.
I'm Sally O'Malley.
We will be back
I'm 50.
next week when the Bears head to Vegas to take on the Raiders. For Yurko, I'm Peggy. You have been listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. As we say goodbye to our network affiliates, we welcome the rest of you to stick around. The postgame show with Jeff, Pat, and J-Mac is next.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
You're about to head out and your phone starts blowing up. The temptation is real. What if it's your situationship texting back? Even if it is, what are you going to do? Respond now? It's getting thirsty. You turn on Do Not Disturb. Smart move. Your roster is a train wreck, but your driving doesn't have to be. Drop it and drive. Think you could put down the phone and pick up some points? Head to itsnotagameillinois.com to play the Retro Arcade.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right, Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with the Fuel Rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
You've been listening to Bears football on the Bears Radio Network. The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Thanks for listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears.
Here comes the ball.
ESPN Chicago.
In motion, they send the receiver, pitch out to Johnson to the left, gets into Bears territory to the 40, had a steam to the 40, or knocked him out inside the 30, and they say he fumbled the ball, took it out of his hands. Tyreek Stevenson ripped it out of his hands. Now they're discussing. Bears think it's their ball. There's scuffling going on as well. Coming up along the sideline to the 23-yard line, and the Bears are celebrating, but they're still discussing.
So Tyreek Stevenson was running to his outside. He punched the ball out, and then he grabbed it away from him. As long as he stayed in bounds, this is going to be Bears football.
Long discussion right now on a 27-yard run by Javonte Williams.
Ruling on the field was a fumble and recovered in the field of play by Chicago. First down and 10.
Wow. Oh, I mean, that's a tightrope act, but he takes the ball away, and the Bears will get it. Left to right from the Cowboy 35. Snap back. Caleb going to throw down the left sideline. Open at the 10 to the 5. Hadunze. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Caleb under center drags Komet into the backfield. He'll line up as a fullback for DeAndre Swift from the 35-yard line. One safety back deep. Here's the pitch to Swift. Tosses it back to Caleb Williams. Looking deep down the left side. Going for Luther. Burning over the shoulder. 20, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Ben's bag of tricks, baby. That's number one. Ben's bag of tricks. Fans are going berserk. They loved it. Every bit of it. 65 yards to the house.
Trick or treat, it's not even Halloween yet. We're getting a bag of tricks from Ben Johnson. Love it. 31-14. Chicago Bears beat the Cowboys, and Ben Johnson has his first win as the Bears head coach. And Caleb Williams put a 4-pack on the Cowboys. It is a good September 21st to you, Pat. I'm Jeff Meller. Jason McKee will be joining us here in a little bit. Big win for the Bears. I'm just feeling good, man, because that would have been a different feeling had the Bears not been able to put the Cowboys to bed early. And I felt like after that long drive to start the third quarter, after they put the Cowboys 3 and out, and things are humming along.
Oh, yeah. Jeff, is it pretty easy to say that is the greatest game that Matt Eberflus has ever coached at Soldier Field? Is that wild to say right there? I feel confident that might have been Matt Eberflus's greatest game plan at Soldier Field. It's about time that we can say the Bears went out there, and not only did they get a win, they got a confident win.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Jeff, what's the last game we can say that where we were going towards the end of the game and we're like, you know what?
No epic
I almost
collapse.
feel I can kick my feet up and kind of relax here a little bit. What, we going to Jacksonville? When we got the fourth win? 35.
Oh, in London?
35,
in London?
17?
In
is
London?
That right on it? Yeah,
in London, yeah. Yeah.
That's probably the last comfortable football game.
Yes.
That we have ever seen the Chicago Bears play.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Let's ask.
I'm excited.
He's Pat the designer. I'm Jeff Meller. Let's ask Jason McKee, who was on the sidelines at Soldier Field for this one. J-Mac, feeling good about the win tonight, I guess it was this afternoon into tonight. But J-Mac, was that a comfortable win for you today on the sidelines?
Yeah, it was exciting. It was good to see that, we finally played Bears football. Complimentary football. You see defense getting takeaways, offense putting points on the board, special teams limiting Devontae Turpin is one of the better returners in the league on special teams. So it was a good win. Obviously a must-win for the Bears. Couldn't imagine us being 0-3 and then, coming off getting another loss after the way they performed against Detroit. So it was a must-win. It was good to see that everything that Coach Johnson said, coming to play today. Practice was more intense, like he said. He called guys out, and they responded. So it was good. Saw a lot of growth and development from a lot of players on that football field as well.
I think that Tyreek, I'm going to go ahead and dub it. We have the peanut punch. That's the Tyreek tear, my boys.
Tyreek tear.
I mean, rip it out of their hands, because I think that was so early in the game, a huge moment, because honestly, if Javonte Williams rips off that run and the Cowboys are, I don't know if they would have been in the red zone or right near it, it would have been a moment where it would have been very easy to see the defense kind of hang their heads, and possibly fold. I'm not going to lie. We've seen it from some of these players in the past. And if you get down early, it would have been very easy to feel like, okay, sulk and be like, this is not going the way we wanted it. Tyreek Stevenson comes up with a huge takeaway there. Not a turnover. They took that ball away. So Tyreek Stevenson, kudos to him in that moment, because it was about to be a big play for the Cowboys that got flipped on its head, and all of a sudden the Bears go right down. Rome Odunze takes advantage of Diggs slipping, and I loved it, man. That's what you needed, and I love to see the Bears bounce back after we talked about it last week, was just ridiculous how bad that felt in the moment. You're 0-2. You know that 12% of teams start out 0-2 and make the playoffs. You know what? You're back to 1-2, and all of a sudden, hey, the division comes back to you too. The Packers lose today. I know the Vikings, they crushed the Bengals, but you know what? Maybe that makes us feel a little bit better about the loss to the Vikings on Monday Night Football as well. And then, of course, the Lions have a tough game tomorrow night against the Ravens. Let's go Baltimore. So, hey, all of a sudden, how different things feel 1 week later.
Yeah, 100%. And I think right now, you have to give credit. So often we talk about, right, the defense has to keep the offense in the game. The defense has to make things easier for the offense and keep the game close so that the offense can go out there and put up points. Today was the reverse of that. And I got to give credit to Ben Johnson and the offense and the scheme that he put on display today, because you talk about that takeaway. Yes, that takeaway sets the tone, but that takeaway means nothing if you don't go down there and you put up 7, not 3, 7. You went down there and you put up 7. They come back down. Now the defense able to play a little bit more free because we've got a lead in the game. You hold them to a field goal. You go back down. You put up 7 more. Now all of a sudden you've got a defense that feels a heck of a lot more comfortable. And Jeff, listen, it wasn't a perfect day defensively. I thought in the first half, I left the first half going, yeah, you've still got a front four that does not get a lot of pressure on the quarterback. Dak Prescott had a ton of time to sit back there and get comfortable and kind of pick his spots in that first half. But the offense kept their foots on the throat of the defense. How they operated that 2-minute drill at the end of the first half, I thought really gave you the opportunity. And then what did we normally do? Normally we say, all right, we're up coming out of the half. Let's just play preventative football. Not this Bears team. They came out aggressive. They came out and attacked. They put up more points. And now you've got a defense that goes, oh, we can pin our ears back.
Absolutely.
Oh, we can try to kill Dak today. Oh, this is going to be a fun day. That's how you put your Ben Johnson on the table. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Let's make them one-dimensional. Let's take the lead. And this is what I envisioned when the Bears first hired Ben Johnson. It was, hey, you've got a lot of offensive weapons. You've got Caleb Williams, who's a number 1 overall pick. You expect a lot of him, but you've given him a lot of toys to go out there and work. And guess what? Today we saw a lot of them in action. Obviously, Luther Burden III is going to be the headliner for a lot of people with his 101 yards receiving. The flea flicker touchdown, which is going to be the highlight that we see a lot of over the next week on all the, on the Get Up, on all the ESPN shows on First Take. That's going to be the highlight that runs quite frequently. We heard Jeff Joniak with J-Mac and Tom Thayer on the call today talk about Ben Johnson being in his bag of tricks. That's going to be the highlight that we see a lot of. I love to see it, and honestly, the fact that you've got I think this is how the Bears are going to win football games going forward if things are going to work out well. You're right, J-Mac, complimentary football for sure, but at the same time, in an offensive football league, you need to go out there and score points, and you need to lean on the guy who's going to be the face of your franchise if this is going to work, and that's Caleb Williams. And today, we saw a lot of that, and I love it because, honestly, if you look around the league, if you look at Lamar Jackson, you look at Josh Allen, you look at Patrick Mahomes when the Chiefs are actually looking good, when Joe Burrow, when he's healthy, that's how you win in this league. Jaden Daniels, right? Like, for the most part, it's an offensive league, and today I felt like, hey, the Bears are finally playing 2025 football.
I think you got to give Ben Johnson credit, too, right? Like Pat talked about, usually you come out at the half, you're nonchalant, the offense is non-existent. We saw that in week 1 as well. We came out at the half, had an opportunity to really put our foot on the throat of the Minnesota Vikings. We didn't do it. Well, what did you see this half? You saw a 19-play drive, 11 consecutive runs, a 9-minute and 54-second drive. Like, that's Ben Johnson saying, you know what? We're going to put BTA, something me and Pat talked about, which was one of the McKeys to the game. That's
the game!
That's belt to ass right there. That's exactly what Coach Johnson was talking about, right? Physical football, physical brand of football. But we're not talking about it. We're going to put it into action today, and we're going to finish the Cowboys. And after that drive, it was pretty much over. And I was glad to see that the guys responded to that. They responded to the criticism that they received from their head coach this week. I talked to Caleb. I talked to Luther, and they all said that practice was much more intense. And guess what? You saw the results of it today. So we want to see that moving forward as well.
No doubt.
And J-Mac, you talk about the BTA. The plays we were talking about was the 3rd and 1, the 4th and 1. You don't go out there and get. You weren't tough enough to get those plays versus the Detroit Lions. Ben Johnson told them that when watching the film. Today, 3rd down situations, 4th down situations where it was just they know the play we're about to run. We know the play they're about to run. We got to see if we're going to be able to punch them harder than they're able to punch us. And you were able to do that today, albeit versus a Dallas defense that I think has struggled some.
Certainly.
But I thought seeing that on the offensive side of or on our defensive side versus an offense that Dallas came into this game as the top offense in football, touchdown-wise, yardage-wise. They were eviscerating teams that were having struggling issues. And while, yes, there's still some questions you have to talk about defensively, I think the fact that no Jalen Johnson, no Kyler Gordon, all the pieces that you're missing, no T.J. Edwards, all the pieces you're missing on this defensive end, and you went out there and you did that to one of the top offenses in football, that means something. This ain't a game where you just go, put your hands up, it is what it is. You beat another team that's also struggling and lost CeeDee Lamb. We were missing a lot of pieces, too, and I think that says something, not only just about what this offense did, but the defense as well.
That's the counterpoint. Anyone who wants to say, look, the Cowboys, you beat them, but CeeDee Lamb left the game early, that's understood. But at the same time, the Bears went out there and they knew they were going to come into this game without Jalen Johnson, without Kyler Gordon. That's a huge blow to this defense. And so for Ben, that's why I point to Ben Johnson again, going out and leading the way with this offense, getting a lead and allowing them to play a defense where they didn't have to necessarily worry about the Dallas rushing game and then the play action off of that. They put the Cowboys in position where they were chasing this game early, back to the point about Tyreek Stevenson, why it was so, I think, paramount that they made that play when they did. So that's, again, that's where you give a star to the defense as well for coming up with a huge play, which very easily could have put you in a bad spot. I love to see it. I want to take this call because I see him on the line here, Derek in Iowa. Derek, are you serious? You're seriously going to say that it's time to trade DJ Moore?
Well, I'm not really saying trade DJ Moore, but what I'm getting at, what I see of Luther Burden with that speed, it's him getting open like that. Him and Rome on the opposite side, that could be one hell of a dangerous combo right there.
Yeah.
I'm saying, is there any possibility maybe if we get more of Luther Burden, if we could maybe trade DJ Moore?
All right. So I'll take this, Derek, as you're excited about what you saw from Luther Burden today, scoring a touchdown, and you want to see him on the field more. But the reality is that you don't want to get rid of good players. DJ Moore also, I will point out, is signed to a big contract extension, so you're not going to just offload him. The reality is that once you trade a player like DJ Moore, you're immediately trying to find a replacement for him, and you're not going to get true value if you even wanted to entertain that notion, which I don't think Ben Johnson or the Bears have any real inclination of doing.
No, we're not talking. We just got to win.
I know.
We're not talking about trading people today.
No.
Look at the usage from DJ Moore today. He's in the backfield, he's in the slot, he's lined up outside. You want weapons, and we have weapons. It's like that's an offensive-minded coach's or a head coach's dream when you have weapons, right? And coaches love having a hard time trying to find ways to get guys the ball.
Yes.
That means you have guys. It's one thing to say, man, you know what? We don't have anybody to get the ball. But, that's a game planner's, You love that. You salivate about that when you have to find ways to get so many guys to football.
Yeah, and you put the defense in a position where they're trying to account for all these talented players on the field. That's what you want to do. You don't want to put a defense in a position where they know they can bracket one player and then all of a sudden everything else is easy because the other players can't get open. You make life hell on them because you have Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, and, guys who they need to worry about all over the field. That's the position you want to put them in. And then all of a sudden, people are running free all over the field. And Caleb just, go through your progressions and throw it to the open player.
Yeah.
That's when life gets easy. That's when you look at what the Lions were doing at their highest level the last couple of seasons and say, hey, Jared Goff, all he had to do was all he had to do was know the playbook, listen to what Ben Johnson was coaching him up and telling him to do, go through his progressions and match his footwork up with the pass route concepts, and then all of a sudden it's pitch and catch.
Yeah.
Throw it to the open wide receiver. That's what you want to do. We saw a lot of that today. It certainly was probably easier against this Cowboys defense. It's going to be more difficult in the future. It's not going to be that easy. But I'll tell you what, next week against the Raiders, there's opportunities to do a lot of the similar stuff. So all of a sudden, 1 week after what was a debacle, Ben Johnson, I think he passed his first real coaching test. He had to look at this team. He put them on blast publicly, which was a good move by him. We had to see how they would respond, and guess what? They responded. They came home. They were a desperate team against the Cowboys, who maybe weren't as desperate as they were. And you know what, though? It was a bad spot with all the injuries that the Bears were dealing with, and so they got the win, and now they go to Vegas next week. And then if they can get a win against the Raiders team that had it put on them against the Commanders and Marcus Mariota today, well, guess what? You go into the bye 2-2.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of promise here for the Bears to quickly turn things around after what was just a very bad spot a week ago. So I'm very enthusiastic about where they're at 1 week later.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll be honest with you, Jeff. I mean, the conversation we're having right now is that you have a top 10 offense in football. That's why you went out and got Ben Johnson. Your league leader in touchdowns right now, I know the 3 weeks in, Caleb Williams. That's why you went out and you got Ben Johnson. He's got 700 yards on the season, 7 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a 107 quarterback rating. That's why you go out and you get Ben Johnson. You've seen an offense. We talked about week 1, penalties, destroy you. Week 2, penalties. A little bit better, but still an issue. Week 3, you started cleaning them up. Caleb Williams' first week in his NFL career without a sack. That's why you go get Ben Johnson. We're seeing that 3 weeks in. Has it been perfect this season? No. Last week was horrible. But it was a god-awful game. But you continue to grow. And these are the leaps that Ben Johnson and Declan Doyle talked about that they needed to see from this Bears offense. Sure, we can say it's a Dallas defense that's struggling and that has some pieces that are missing and hasn't bounced back from Micah Parsons. Yeah, we don't say that about Bears offenses taking advantage of them. That's not the team we talk about.
No.
We usually say we made them look like world beaters. We made them look like Super Bowl caliber defenses. How many games did we go into last year? We went, this defense is horrible. We should dominate. And we couldn't put up 21 points.
Yeah. No, and J-Mac, chime in here, but the truth is, honestly, in football, it's never going to be perfect. The whole point of football is that you have to go through the game, play it out, and when all is said and done, all we do is we look at the stats and we say, hey, 715 yards. Guess what? Caleb Williams, he's on pace for 4,000 yards passing.
Yeah.
Guess what? I'd love to see that. It doesn't matter how you get there. At the end of the season, if Caleb Williams finally eclipses that silly number that we've been talking about forever as Bears fans, we can finally put that in the rearview mirror and never have to talk about it again once we finally have a guy who's there and has passed that number, which I think I firmly believe he will this year. If he doesn't do it this year, I have no doubts he'll do it next year. So just get past those numbers, and then all of a sudden you don't have to worry about it. It's never going to look perfect, J-Mac. You just kind of have to find a way to win football games, and then after that, we'll be all excited if you end up scoring, 30 points per game every once in a while. Everybody can go ahead and we'll all applaud Ben Johnson for being the offensive guru that we all hope he can be.
A win is a win, and that's what we always would say. A win is a win. We don't care if the win has perfume on it, the win has lipstick on it. You want to make sure you're in the right column, and that's the W column. And here, think about it, guys. Like, how many reps did the starters get in preseason? Not a lot, and we talked about it, right? We're not going to find out this team's true identity. We talked about it. Could have been, today could have been the start of it. We still don't know the true identity of this team. It's still going to take a few weeks for this team to really gel, especially the starters, and then you have guys in and out of the lineup as well. So it's this team's going to continue to evolve throughout this season, right? And I hope, and we won't be playing our best football as we get into the later months. You know what I mean? That means that we have a chance of making the playoffs or making a push for it. So it's and like you said, it's just about development and growth, right? So we saw a big jump from Caleb from week 1 to week 2, and obviously we've seen a huge jump today. And that's what the coaches want to see, right? They want to see progress, right? Limited amount of penalties. We got 2 sacks today. That was another thing that I talked about this past week. We had 3 sacks in the last 2 weeks. We get 2 today, 1 from Dominic Robinson. And then we finally found Montez Sweat, my boy, got a sack as well. So, we're moving in the right direction. Yeah. they can say what they want to say. Oh, it's the Cowboys. They had some guys out. We had some guys out too. And, you know, I got to give a huge shout out to Tyreek Stevenson, right?
Yep.
He's been pretty much the punching bag for the last, especially after last week. I mean,
sure.
He was a punching bag, right? And he came out and made plays, right? He started off with the big takeaway early, but then he made a number of plays throughout the game, right?
Yep.
He had a big PBU that almost led to another interception, right? He made a couple more PBUs on third down. Like, he showed up and showed out, and he was called out, and he responded to it. So that's development as well, and it's very encouraging to see from this Bears team.
No, there's no doubt about it. Now, we haven't even mentioned his name yet, Tremaine Edmonds. Couple of picks.
Yeah.
You know what? That's why Matt Eberflus wanted those long arms on his linebackers, making those plays in the secondary and pass coverage. Love to see that as well. 312-332-3776. If you want to jump in, talk some Bears football with us. A win over the Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
How about them Cowboys?
Love to see it. We're talking Bears with you. This is the post-game show. Jeff Meller, Pat the Designer, Jason McKee with you right here on ESPN 1000.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4-million.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday night at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly. Whiskey me? No! Whiskey you!
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Here comes more pregame is coming up on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
They send the receiver, pitch out to Johnson to the left, gets into Bears territory to the 40, had a steam to the 40, or knocked him out inside the 30, and they say he fumbled the ball and took it out of his hands. Tyreek Stevenson ripped it out of his hands. Now they're discussing. Bears think it's their ball. There's scuffling going on as well. Coming up along the sideline to the 23-yard line, and the Bears are celebrating, but they're still discussing.
So Tyreek Stevenson was running to his outside. He punched the ball out, and then he grabbed it away from him. As long as he stayed in bounds, this is going to be Bears football.
Long discussion right now on a 27-yard run by Javonte Williams.
Ruling on the field was a fumble and recovered in the field of play by Chicago. First down and 10.
Wow. Oh, I mean, that's a tightrope act, but he takes the ball away, and the Bears will get it.
I think we had 4 turnovers and didn't give away the ball at all. So I thought it was huge. That early in the game, they were able to run the ball a little bit on our defense, and we knew that. We knew that they were going to be able to move the ball. It's a very explosive offense. They got playmakers all over the place. Their offensive lines are really good. They got 3 first-rounders up there. And, I thought we came through with timely plays when we needed it, and that's a good example of it. I thought Tyreek in general had a really nice bounce-back game. He's one of those guys, like a lot of us, that we haven't started the season the way we wanted to yet. He's capable of being a big-time player in this league, and I thought he played that way today.
Ben Johnson there talking about Tyreek Stevenson tearing the ball out of Javonte Williams' hands at the 28-yard line. He was pushed out at the 24 ultimately, but that's huge because if Williams doesn't lose the ball there to Tyreek Stevenson, it absolutely is an opportunity for the Cowboys to set the tone in the game. But no, after a 3-and-out, and then the Cowboys losing the ball there, the Bears go right down the field, put a touchdown on the board. Rome Odunze scores as Diggs slips, and Caleb Williams recognized he was wide open on the play. You love to see that. And then they, after the Cowboys answer back with a field goal, Bears come right back with the flea flicker in your face. And sure enough, the game was on after that, and you love to see the Bears. And by the way, the Cowboys did come back and tie the game ultimately, so the Bears responded, though, right after that with another 10 points before the half. So really good game by the Bears offense, and as you heard, timely turnovers that they created defensively. So Bears win 31-14, and they're now 1-2 and have some life and hope because I'll be honest with you, boys. If they were 0-3, I don't know how you can even realistically have a conversation about the playoffs if you're 0-3.
I'm going to be honest. I'm still not I've never seen a team go 0-2 in a division and come back and win it. I don't know if the Bears are going to. That's not the conversation I'm even looking to.
I'm not going to say they're winning it, but now they can still have their sights set on the playoffs.
Well, my thing is we've never seen a team go 0-2 and get to the playoffs in the division.
Are you just talking about
in the division?
The Bears? Or are you talking about – because it's 12%. 12% of teams have, since 1990, gone 0-2 and come back and made the playoffs.
Have gone 0-2. 0-2 within the division, though?
It doesn't matter.
I think within the division is the bounce back.
It doesn't matter, though, because you can just get a wild card. I'm not saying they're going to win the division necessarily, but now they're still viable for a wild card spot. And, yes, they get right back in it if you win next week, and all of a sudden, you haven't played the Packers yet.
Listen,
you hold whatever. We're getting
mathematically, are you in it 100%? That's not the conversation I'm looking to have. We're seeing a head coach do what he set out to do in the onset of this season. Mm-hmm. And yes, you want to win your first 2 games. But Ben Johnson said from week 1 to week 3, we need to see massive amounts of growth, and that's where we're going to be focused in. We need to see from this team. We need to see from this offensive unit. It's start to continue to improve. And I think the fact that you can say week over week right now doesn't mean it's going to do this every week. But within that first 3-week period that Ben Johnson talked about, you went from an offense that looked inept at times in week 1 to an offense that looked unstoppable the entire game in week 3. I think that says a lot about what you came here to accomplish in hiring Ben Johnson. And for me, that makes it feel like you're heading down the right path. You're heading down hey, we're going to develop Caleb Williams. We're going to get this offense on track. Does that mean you have all the players to make it happen right now? Maybe not.
I guess I never questioned, even after last week, whether or not Ben Johnson was going to be able to develop Caleb Williams. My question was, where's this season going? You needed to respond quickly because if they didn't respond. It was like, J-Mac, I don't know about how you feel, but like it certainly felt like a must win for me because, again, 0-2, it's very hard to make the playoffs. 0-3, no chance in hell.
Yeah. Is J-Mac?
You really take it one game at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And, a lot of times in football, we don't look at the big picture, right? We're not looking to week 9. We got to look at the game that's ahead, right?
Yeah.
All our focus and energy and preparation has to be on our next opponent, right? And a win takes care of everything, right? So you just got to stack wins, and that's what we talked about. And you stack wins by the preparation, right? So I thought it was awesome that, Ben Johnson called out his players and pretty much called out himself as well. It's not just, a great head coach is not going to the blame starts with him, right? Because you're responsible for getting your guys ready to play. You're responsible for making sure that the game plan is adequate enough to win a game, right? So he always says it starts with me, and he challenges players, and they responded. He got a big win today, despite guys in and out of lineup and all the different things that went along with it. You got to win, right? So now you have another opportunity, right, to go on the road, long trip. You're supposed to win this game. Can you win a game you're supposed to win after a long trip, right? Can you be, true road warriors on the road?
Yeah.
We're 0-1 on the road right now. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to be another big challenge. Don't think just because, hey, the Las Vegas Raiders are struggling. It's going to be a challenge, right? Can we not take all the attaboys and the pats on the back and stuff like that and keep focused and go out there and win a road game that we're supposed to win? That's going to be another challenge for this young football team and this new coaching staff of the Chicago Bears. So I'm excited to see how this week plays out. They're going to be receiving a lot of praises from everybody, the media, obviously. Now we're talking good. Last week it was totally different. Guys are feeling good about themselves, but is the preparation still going to be intense? Are they going to practice with a purpose? And are they going to go out there with an adequate game plan to go on the road and beat the Las Vegas Raiders? We'll see.
Yeah, two things there that J-Mac said that I love. Number one, Ben Johnson taking the onus. I asked him this week, I said, is it on Caleb to get the ball to the tight ends, or is it on you to scheme? He's like, it's my fault. That's me. I got to get the ball. I have to get them earlier in the progression so that he can get the ball to him. That's accountability.
Sure.
That the players were begging for that we haven't seen here in Chicago in a while. The other thing, though, the highs and the lows, Cole Kmet in the locker room today, I thought he said something very key. He was like, listen, the city's bipolar sometimes with how they feel about the team. And listen, it's been more down than up, so I think we get a little bit of right to be bipolar as fans. But as players there, this can't mean that you take your foot off the gas. I need to see the intensity going into this next week the same way that you had that same intensity coming into the second half of this game.
I'll certainly throw cold water in their face if that's what you want. The reality is, yes, the Cowboys defensively leave a lot to be desired, and you took advantage of that. So kudos to you for understanding the task at hand today and achieving the goal that needed to be done. And again, I'll just get back to here, J-Mac, I'll take you back. A young first-year Chicago Bear back in 2003, Jason McKee, is playing, and this Chicago Bears team loses their first 2 games. Coming out of the bye week, they play the Packers, and they lose their 3rd game. What, if you can recall it all, what was the feeling like 0-3 after I lost to the Packers? I mean, you had to feel somewhat defeated about how the season was unfolding in front of your face.
Definitely, doubt creeps in, not just individually, but as a team. Do we have the right people in the locker room? As an individual, you question yourself, am I good enough? Am I doing everything that I can to be prepared and help this team move in the right direction? Is the game plan adequate enough?
Yeah.
But the real good teams, right? And when you talk about having a good culture, right, you talk about having a good bond with your teammates. There's never finger pointing, right? You don't. When you have a team that has a good culture, you're not pointing fingers at each other. You're looking in the mirror as an individual and trying to figure out what can I do to help this team get on track and to make things better, right? And that's what, I think you saw from last week to this week, right? We know last week was awful. Yeah. And we talked about it, right? A lot of times as coaches and players, you got to watch the tape because you got to bring correction to it. But at the same time, you want to burn that tape and you want to get back on the field as soon as possible, right? And one of the things that, I know it's early in the season right now, but one of the things that I see from this team that I didn't see from the team last year was I say we, I'm not playing. So when that team, when the team,
listen, J-Mac, we're going to excuse you because you played for the team as long as you did.
Okay.
You bleed blue and orange. We're gonna forgive you. Now, if I start,
we say we.
You can say we.
I keep making that mistake.
And even Pat can say we. I
keep
try and
making that
avoid
mistake.
sleeping.
Yeah, I keep making that mistake. So,
but again, you're allowed, J-Mac. You played.
Okay.
I think
so I'm going to say we.
I'm going to give you the we. Me, if I slip into the we, you guys got to bring me back because I'm supposed to be somewhat objective. Pat, you are Mr. Bear, so you're okay to do it as well. Me, I have to keep a little bit of objectivity. But go ahead, J-Mac.
When I say we, so last year, this team, you face adversity, right? You come out with a loss. Remember, they lost to the Patriots, came back, and I think who'd we play? The Cardinals the following week and laid an egg. Back-to-back, right? No response. No stepping up to the plate. A team that was defeated, right? Well, the same type of loss we just saw, right, last week against Detroit was one of the worst losses we've seen this team take in a long time.
Yep.
And, doubt could have crept in. Guys could have pointed a finger at each other. But what I saw on the sideline was from the start, from when guys were in warm-ups, guys were encouraged, right? Guys were, they looked like they were excited to play. They were excited to right their wrongs. They were excited to put on display what this team could be as opposed to what we saw the last few weeks, right? Look at week one. Let's not get it twisted now. Like we played good football. We just laid an egg towards the end of the game. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that happens. That's growing pains from a young team with a new coaching staff, right? Mm-hmm. And then, we saw week two what happened. So doubt started to creep in with us as analysts in media, like, man, this team didn't come to play. But you saw the growth and you saw a team, respond to the adversity that they faced the first 2 weeks and come out here and beat a team, right, that really could have came in here and blew the doors off the Bears as well if we weren't focused and they didn't really prepare in the manner that they needed to.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Here, I wanted to play this for the folks out there. If you missed it, if you haven't heard it yet, handing out the game balls. You can hear the enthusiasm. Ben Johnson gets his first win as the Bears head coach, and Caleb Williams, Pat already talked about, he's leading the league in touchdown passes with 7, only 1 pick, and perhaps most importantly, no sacks. That's the hidden stat. It doesn't appear often as the way people will look at interceptions and say, okay, obviously those are clearly drive-killing plays, but almost just as much, sacks can be drive killers because they frequently take you in a spot where you can't make up that yardage that you've lost, and you put in we've talked about those last week. We talked about it all, the third and forevers. There's no plays in the playbook to come back from 3rd and 15, 3rd and 25. You could hear the enthusiasm handing out game balls inside the Bears locker room after their win today.
Hey, we said coming into this game now it was going to be about situational football. All right, we did. All right, 3rd down defense. They were 3 of 11. Offense, we were 8 of 14. Talk about red zone. Red zone, they were 1 of 4. We were 2 of 3. And we talked about 2 minutes. The way you guys handled it before halftime was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And the defense way to come through for us there at the end. Closing that game up. Hell of a job. And then I got 2 game balls here. Give me one, right, real quick. Quarterback had 142.6 passer rating. Hey, I love y'all boys. Couldn't do this without y'all, all the hard work and preparation. We're 1-0 this week. We got to go 1-0 next week. We got to come back and prepare and do the same thing. That's all I got. All right, the other one that stood out to me, man, all over the field today. 2 interceptions! Hey, look. Hey, that's what it feels like, fellas, bro. We work too hard, bro. We got to come in here, celebrate with one another. Hey, but look, enjoy this one. Hey, tomorrow, let's enjoy it still. Tuesday, flip the page, but let's get back in that lab. Yes, sir. I got one more. My bad. It's Boss Man's first home victory. You know what I got. Repeat after me now.
Pat, taking you inside the locker room. Those were the game balls being handed out by Ben Johnson to Caleb Williams, Tremaine Edmonds, and then, of course, Caleb giving Ben Johnson a game ball as well.
Fire me up, Coach.
Hell yeah.
Fire me up, Coach.
You see, Caleb said, though, this week we're 1-0.
Yes.
It's week to week.
Yep.
That's
I was
going to
say it. Yep.
And if as a player, it's week to week. You may be employed one week, you lay an egg, you may not be employed the following week. I mean, that's what it is. And, with Coach Johnson, like, just the fact that what people don't see when you hear that clip, if you actually watch the clip, right, after he has the chant in which he breaks the team down, like they're all in a dog pile and they're rubbing his hair, they're knocking his hat off. Like he looks like one of the ball boys in that scrum that they have in the locker room. But it's awesome to see, that excitement in that locker room. Those guys deserve it. I've seen that locker room look like they were attending a wake many times last year, and then after last week as well. So it was extremely exciting to see those guys. Even Coach Johnson walking off the field after the game, other coaches coming up to him and them hugging and excited about their first win as a group. So many more of those in store. And like Caleb said, you got to go back to the drawing board and. Hey, this week is in the past now. Now it's all the focus is on the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, and I think that's the thing. You have an opportunity to get yourself back to an even slate, but the same opportunity could be for you to go 1-3. So you can't take your foot off of the gas. This is a Raiders team that it looks terrible with the defense that we saw them play today. Mm-hmm. But Geno Smith still threw almost 300 yards, had 3 touchdowns. I don't believe he threw an interception in this game. He was under duress the entire day. He ended up getting 5 sacks on him. Like, this was still an offense that went out there and put up points. It's not one that you can just say, oh, we're going to go to sleep on them and we're going to come in there and cakewalk them. This is where I think, for me, coming out of the half, I really wanted to see, okay, how is Ben Johnson going to get through to this team for them to keep their foot on the gas? Yes. We've never seen this Bears team keep their foot on the gas under Matt Eberflus. You have to get them to keep their foot on the gas. Can you now do it week to week? That's what I'm going to be tapped in with this week.
You can't take no team lightly in the NFL, right? Everybody's professional. Everybody's the less than 1% of the world. They're the best of the best at their position. They're the best of the best at playing football, regardless of what team they're on and what their record is, right? It's not like college where you have, you've got Oklahoma playing Southeast Kentucky, Kansas State. It's not like that. No. You know what I'm saying? So you better bring your A game each and every week because hey, you can just click for the Raiders, next weekend, and it could not click for the Bears. You never know how this thing's going to play out, and that's why the preparation and the time on task. You hear Coach talking about going out there on the grass, working out fundamentals. Yeah, it's coach speak, but it's very true. You've got to hone in on the details. And my biggest thing, like I'll say it again, and I'll probably say it all week. The attaboys are awesome, right? Attaboy, good job. But those attaboys will get you beat, right? The praise will get you beat if you just reside in it. And you can't. You got to go back to the drawing board like you're 0-1, you know what I mean, this week. So, or you're 0-0 before the week plays out. So, I'm excited to see how this team handles, praise and how this team handles, there's not adversity this week. You're receiving praise. How are they going to handle that praise?
You got to get right back to those championship practice habits that they were talking about last week after absolutely getting boat raced by the Lions. You can't, like you said, you can't get high in your supply here. You need to get right back out to the practice field and start doing the work that got you this win this week. The good thing is that, to your point about the Bears coming out after the half with that 10-point lead and not letting up, not letting the Cowboys come back and get right back into the game. Yeah. You put them on a 3-and-out, and then guess what? 19-play drive. Yeah. I mean, that was an absolutely absurd drive, and you love the way they capped it with the Caleb Williams with the spy on him, recognizing it in the red zone inside the 10 there, finding DJ Moore in the back of the end zone, wide open. Loved to see the way that Ben Johnson put them in position to go ahead and put the Cowboys to bed. What I also really like is that, to what you're talking about, Pat, I think Ben Johnson is a coach that will put them in position where they can go ahead and do that to teams. The last couple of coaches, I didn't have the faith that they could do that under someone like Matt Eberflus. Like Matt Eberflus, I never felt like had the answers to the test. I think Ben Johnson gives Caleb Williams the answers to the test, and now it's okay, go out and execute. And if we execute properly, the game plan that's been put in place, we should have an opportunity here more weeks than not to actually go out and win football games. That's why I'm so excited about where the hiring of Ben Johnson now.
No, listen, I thought that third quarter drive was some of the best quarterback play that we saw. And it wasn't, I'm throwing the football 70 times. He ends up going 5 for 7 in the third quarter for 36 yards and 1 touchdown. It was just, I'm in and out of the huddle on time. I'm operating the offense the right way. When they need me to make a play, I'm going to go make a play. And I thought that touchdown pass to DJ on that play, he gets off his spot a little bit. He sees the spy go with him, and he immediately goes, oh, you just left DJ Moore. I know I need to get back to DJ and get this football to him. That is a young quarterback who is learning the game and is playing at a high level. I don't care if you are, the greatest quarterback in the world or the worst quarterback in the world. Those are the moments that you have to see. And Caleb Williams today, on a consistent basis, was seeing those moments. It didn't mean he was going out there and putting up 150 yards a quarter. It meant he was going out there and he was making the right play at the right time. That's growth in the quarterback, and that's why you bring Ben Johnson in.
Yeah, you don't listen. Keep the penalties at bay, and inside the red zone, you take advantage of your opportunities. If they're not there, you settle for field goals. But today they didn't have to. They made plays when it mattered most, and they scored touchdowns, and they took advantage of the opportunities when they presented themselves. He's Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Jason McKee. We're taking your calls, 312-332-3776, talking about a Bears 31-14 win over the Cowboys right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Woodford Reserve said, pick a barrel.
They wanted something bold, rich, and charismatic. So naturally, they called me.
Are you sure they didn't say burnt ego? Because they called both of us.
Oh, okay. So as I was saying, we hit the distillery with a group of our listeners.
And together made the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oak.
It's got Chicago flavor written all over it, and it's going fast.
Grab yours at your local Jewel, A&S Beverages, or Armanetti's on Western.
Cheers from Carmen and Yurko and Woodford Reserve.
Please drink responsibly.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty. And when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Play clock being worked by Caleb Williams. Snap back, fakes it. Little pressure up the middle, back of the end zone. Over the middle, touchdown. Touchdown, Cole Kmet. Touchdown, Bears.
That was the capper to the Bears' 2-minute drive at the end of the half, which gave them a 10-point lead. Caleb Williams finding Cole Kmet, a wide-open Cole Kmet in the back of the end zone. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Jason McKee, who was on the sidelines, and Pat the Designer. Pat, you were very excited about that 2-minute drive.
Yeah, because I think that puts you in a position to really put a team away. Those are the opportunities that we haven't taken advantage of, or we come out of it with 3. And it was methodical. It doesn't matter what you're going to do. We're in control football. And I thought they operated it perfectly. I thought Kyle Monangai really set the tone on that first run. I think he got a gain of 11 on that first run. You got to give credit to some of the rookies, what we saw today. Kyle Monangai running hard. Luther Burden made a couple of plays, of course, the big touchdown. But, seeing that be the start of it, and then just watching Caleb Williams just go, all right, I know where to go next. This is where, as Declan Doyle said, your feet should take your eyes to your next read. You saw him go through that perfectly, and then you finally get it into the end zone to Cole Kmet, who's so wide open. That was the moment where it was like, oh, Ben Johnson, like you said, has the answers to the test. I've got every answer on Flus I need to know. Because my tight end is so wide open, it's impossible for Caleb Williams to find a way to miss him on this throw. You just got to get it there, and Caleb was able to do that. I thought that set the tone for you to truly put the team away, and it let you go into the half. I thought the defense kind of finished it off as well. Remember, Dallas comes back, gets the ball, big throw. We're keeping you in bounds. You're not getting out of bounds. We're not giving you a chance to get points. I thought that was the beginning of really putting your foot on Dallas's throat, and that happens before the half. We don't talk about that often enough here in Chicago.
Hey, Pat, you're gonna stop picking on Coach Eberflus, man.
No, I won't. I never will. J-Mac, he is a generational losing football head coach. As much as we talk about Caleb Williams as a generational talent, I saw Flus lose in ways I've never seen other coaches losing. J-Mac, you couldn't lose football games some of the ways that Flus lost football games.
When Flus sees you on the street, just know it's on site. That's all I'm going to say.
Let him throw them things, because I got 3 years worth of pent-up aggression towards this football team.
Here's my biggest takeaway, Jeff and Pat, and, we can allude to it more, move on from it, but just the fact that, when you listen to Ben Johnson address the team in the post game in the locker room, and he talked about all the situations they went through, right? You talk about red zone, you talk about third down conversions, fourth downs, they're all great percentages, right? And as coaches, we practice situational football. That's how our practice is formatted. It's based upon situations you're going to encounter in a game, situations you may encounter in a game, and situations you may not encounter, but you got to be prepared for it. So when you actually have those results and you actually practice for those results and you have positive results, it's definitely gratifying as a coaching staff, but it's also gratifying to your players because they start to believe and see that, hey, you know what? The process is working, right? We're honing in on the details and we're getting the results from it, right? And they saw that. They saw that today because they got the W. And we've seen glimpses of it, right? We've seen the Bears come out 2 weeks in a row. The first 2 weeks they come out with opening drives and put points on the board, but it wasn't sustainable. Why? Because they couldn't get out of their own way. Why? Because the last 2 weeks before this week, we had 12 offensive penalties, which actually made us tied for the league lead with the New England Patriots. Yeah. So it's good to see that the process is starting to work. They're starting to see the fruits of their labor. And, like Pat alluded to as well, you're starting to see development from the quarterback that you drafted to really turn the tides of the franchise. And he played some great football today. I don't care who he's playing. You're playing, I don't care who's in and out of the lineup.
It's the NFL, baby.
This is the NFL. He played some great football. He made some great decisions. He made some decisive throws. And the one thing that I like about it, and Pat, you talked about the drive coming out in the third quarter, I like the fact that Coach Flus, right? Not Coach Flus, I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. Coach Johnson. He called 11 straight runs. That was my favorite part of the game. Like, I was like, ooh, there's a run. Ooh, there's a run. Ooh, there's a run. Ooh, there's a run. And it wasn't cute. It wasn't pretty, right? It was, we're going to line up, and we're going to hand this ball off, and we're going downhill. Can you stop us?
Yeah.
And those 11 straight runs led to a 19-play drive. So it shows that, hey, when it matters most, if we need a drive, right, we put together a 19-play drive. And he talked about that post-game. He talked about they have a drill for that, right, to where they just have a long drive and guys are going through it and guys are grinding, right, because that's a situation that you may encounter in a game. And they encountered it today, and it really helped propel them to a victory.
Well, no, you know what, J-Mac, that is a great point, because if you look around the NFL and you look at the guys who are the heralded play callers, if you look at a Kyle Shanahan, if you look at a Sean McVay, when you really drill down, you look at a Ben Johnson and what he was doing in Detroit so successfully the last couple of years, the people immediately think of, these high-octane passing offenses. But the truth is that they're built on successful run games, and then off of that, the play action is so hard to stop. That's what really buoys your passing stats. It's defenses not knowing, being on skates, not knowing, we're biting on the play fakes because you're committed to the running game and you're wearing us out. So we have to overcommit. And so our first step is in, and then all of a sudden the quarterback is pulling the ball out of the belly of the running back, and he's looking at these streaking Luther burdens down the field, and his eyes are wide open like saucers because, I've got all I have to do is step and throw, and I lead my wide receiver, and all of a sudden we've got these big gainers, and then I can point to at the end of the game, you know what? You want to know why I've got a 140-plus quarterback rating? It's because all I had to do was make easy throws that I'm used to making to these wide-open receivers in college that, was never an issue. That's the successful offense that you want your team to run. It's not, certainly it's great that Caleb Williams has all this talent and he can make these great plays at times, but you don't want to be reliant on it. You want him to be able to just step and throw to a wide-open wide receiver, and we saw some of that today, which was really fun and encouraging, because that, to me, is the most repeatable stuff in the NFL, working off of the play action successfully, and that's what I'm hoping can be the foundation of Ben Johnson's offense and the Bears going forward.
Yeah, and I think you truly got an opportunity to see that second half was a thing of beauty. I think this is going to be an under-talked-about point this week. The Bears went in, while they were up, because of the touchdown to Cole Kmet and all that, the Bears went into the second half with 11 minutes of time of possession. So Dallas is dominating time of possession. That means your defense is on the field a long time. I've got to give my defense a breather. A 19-minute, I believe it was a 9-minute, 22-second drive.
19 plays, Pat.
19 plays.
Yes.
That's how you get the game back in your favor. We're going to give you the biggest breather that you're going to get in this entire game. And guess what? Off of that, yes, it does help when you put it in and score the touchdown. But off of that, now you had a defense that was ready to go, and they were rested, and they weren't on the field for the entire second half. And you started to even out that time of possession, even something as small as that. Because you would think, 11 minutes, but we're dominating. Well, yeah, but we saw what happens when your defense goes out there and gets tired versus the Minnesota Vikings. You still got to think about that as well. That's why, like, when J-Mac brings up 11 run plays in a row and you're killing them, like, that truly is how you extend this drive, how you get the time possession back in your favor, and you get a rested and ready-to-go defense out on the field.
And I'm telling you, and that's when you run the ball and you're committed to it, all of a sudden the play action it looks so easy.
Yeah.
It's just you're like, I can't believe these guys are that wide open. It's because the defense doesn't know what to do anymore. Let's bring in a longtime Bears fan, Faye, on the north side. Faye, big Bears win. How you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling great. How about you?
Oh, I'm feeling dominant, Faye. I'm feeling dominant.
Oh, my God.
Right
what a day, what a day, what a day. The process is awesome, don't you think?
Yeah,
absolutely. When they're putting up 30-plus points on the Cowboys, there's no criticism here, Faye.
Yeah, from beginning to end, it was an awesome game. It was an awesome game. Just watching Ben Johnson work it out, right? And the guys picking up on his vibe. It was exciting. I don't know what else to say other than I look forward to more.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun Bears football, Faye. Love to see it. It's something to be excited about moving forward. And again, I think they can build on this. I think, J-Mac already laid it out. Like, you can't get high on the attaboys just yet, right?
Yeah.
You have to go back to work. And we heard Caleb Williams. That was something you pointed out, J-Mac, and I think that's a good point. Caleb in the post game said, "Hey, we were 1-0 this week. We got to go be 1-0 next week."
Yeah.
That is the right mindset, and I love to hear that. And it's something that we can point out and say, "Hey, he gets it," and it's the right mentality to have. Don't just get carried away and say, "Okay, we're on to being the next big thing in the NFL." No, if you're going to be successful, you need to put in the work. And you can't just think you are going to go out and win football games. You need to have the practice habits that Ben Johnson talked about last week.
Yeah, and that's a challenge to this staff, right? This new staff, right? Are you going to let your team be not complacent, just be overjoyed and overlook the little things and the details because you won a game? It's one game, and you've got to make sure that your team remains on task. You got to make sure that your team continues to prepare with intent and purpose. That goes in the meeting rooms, that goes onto the practice field, that goes into the weight room in your film study. Like, everything has to be with intent, right? Intent that we're going on the road to win our first road game as a coaching staff and as a team. And if you have a great coaching staff, they'll make sure that your team remains focused and remains on task in terms of what they need to do to win a road game. So I have all the confidence in the world in this staff because there's a lot of guys on the staff that have had success in this league, and they know what success looks like. So I know they'll have this team, back and ready. They'll have a day off, here on Tuesday, and they'll get back to the grind on Wednesday and, throughout the regular game week preparation. So I'm excited to see this team. What version of this team are we going to see on the road? Are we still going to see that killer instinct that we saw, from all three phases? The defense, timely takeaways time and time again. Offense, putting the nail in the coffin, and special teams, limiting big plays. Are we going to see that version of the Chicago Bears on the road against the Las Vegas Raiders? And that's what I'm excited to see. Are we going to see consistency and see the same dominant team that we saw today? And that's going to be up to the coaching staff and the players in terms of their preparation this week.
That voice you hear right there is the man who was on the sidelines of today's 31-14 victory by the Bears over the Cowboys, Jason McKee. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer. We're the post-game show. We're with you 2 hours after every Bears game, breaking it down with you. Up next for the Bears, they've got the Raiders in Vegas. Of course, if you listen to the station, you know it's a big week for the station. Lots of folks are going to be out in Vegas. Jason McKee will be one of those folks, along with the entire station, practically, except for you and me, Pat. But everybody else, we're going to hold down the fort back here. But everybody else,
it is what it is.
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. I didn't want to interrupt you, man.
No,
but I'm sticking up for my guys, man. I'm sorry.
We appreciate it, J-Mac. I'll be honest. I got the final Bears. I'm sorry, the final White Sox home game. Or the final White Sox game. I did the home game today.
Yeah.
But final White Sox game. So I could not have gone even if I wanted to, and I did want to go, but White Sox obligation. Nevertheless, though, we'll be here talking about that. And I do want to say the conflict of interest was in the house today watching and clearly taking notes. I want to talk about that when we come back. Tom Brady in the booth.
Man.
Did you we're going to ask J-Mac what he observed of Tom Brady, if Tom Brady was stealing state secrets ahead of the Bears Vegas Raiders showdown. We'll talk about that coming up next right here on the post-game show on ESPN 1000.
At Costa Ivone, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavone and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop. Born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Save big money on your next project now at Menards. We've got it all, from big to small. Honeywell home thermostats keep your home's temperature comfortable through every season, while saving on your heating and cooling bill. Hurry in today and save big money on Honeywell thermostats at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Every 40 seconds a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Postgame continues now. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer.
What do you mean? I had player-friendly coach and Coach Belichick. He always tell me how great I did. There was a high demand of excellence. Let's say that. And believe me, when you're a pro quarterback, you'd much rather have your coach be home easy. Sometimes the growing pains is I got to get these guys outside of their comfort zone from a coaching standpoint to help them grow and to understand the magnitude and the trust that the organization is giving them.
Fake laugh. There was a seedling of a good thought there from Tom Brady, partial owner of the Las Vegas Raiders and also number one analyst on the Fox broadcasting crew who called the Bears-Cowboys game today. Not that there would be a conflict of interest in any way, shape, or form. Look over here. The Bears go to the Vegas Raiders and play next week, and Tom Brady, will he be in the booth? I guess I guess that's a Sunday game, so he won't be able to be in attendance for that game. So maybe the Bears dodge a bullet there, although I'm sure he'll have some sort of recognizance mission with Chip Kelly, right, at some point as they go through and talk about what Tom learned. But I digress. It's an interesting situation that the NFL finds themselves in these days. J-Mac, you were in the house on the sidelines watching Tom Brady probably saunter about the field. What'd you think? What'd you take in? Give us the state secrets that you stole for us observing Tom Brady.
Man, he's just, walking around, gathering intel, talking to people, talking to Caleb, talking to the guys from a broadcasting, commentating point of view, slash insider. But hey, if you're going to allow him to do it, I mean, what is he supposed to do? I mean, is he supposed to not take in the information that he's getting, and pass it along to that team he has a little bit of interest in? But yeah, it's Tom Brady. He's a GOAT for a reason, and he was out there on full display.
Can we talk about how it's making the broadcast worse, though?
Well, the one thing I want to say real quick before we get into that, I do think the seedling of I thought Tom Rinaldi prior to that breakdown by Brady and Kevin Burkhardt was interesting because Rinaldi's report was talking about how Caleb Williams was saying, hey, Ben Johnson is calling me out in front of my teammates, and he's holding me accountable, and he's making me better for it. And I do think, and this was like me paraphrasing what Rinaldi was saying about Caleb saying that, hey, it's making me a better quarterback for it. And I think Brady, it led him kind of into, hey, from my own personal experience, Bill Belichick held me accountable, and it was a good thing. So I do think, yes, there's some insight there. When we pull it out of Brady, we occasionally get it. But to your point, we're not necessarily getting it often enough, Pat, when Brady and the number one Fox crew is on the call.
Well, it's making everyone else's job harder because everyone's going into these meetings with coach speak with Brady, right? Even Ben Johnson said, he's like, I'm not going to tell you how to attack Caleb Williams in this meeting. Like, I'm going in there. I talk coach speak every day. I'm probably going to handle it that way. Like, that doesn't help the rest of the broadcast that kind of needs that information, that doesn't have the 20-plus years of NFL experience to lean on go to. Like, I'm not worried about – listen, Tom Brady's the GOAT, right? He doesn't need state secrets to figure out the weaknesses in a defense to send them to Chip Kelly. Like, he's watched all 22 probably for the last 30-plus years. I think he knows how to read a defense and may be able to give you some secrets to tell you how to pick them apart.
Truth be told, he's probably dissected and digested more film over the last 25 years than, I mean – I'd be hard pressed though. Like even offensive coordinators. I mean, like based on like the stories we heard about Tom Brady and how maniacal he was about his film watching, I would, I'd be hard pressed for you to come up with somebody who's watched more film than him. Maybe somebody on par with him, but I don't know, J-Mac. Like, there's not too many guys out there who I could probably say they've watched as much film as Tom Brady over the last 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, the great ones, that's what you do. The Peyton Mannings, the Drew Breeses, right? I mean, the guys who are just elite in everything they do, they know defensive tendencies because they've watched a lot of film. Yeah. But mentally, there's always going to be something that a defense can present to an offense that you haven't seen on film because defensive coordinators are smart as well. They're going to put in a new wrinkle, and they're not going to keep showing a quarterback the same structure because they know that quarterback is elite enough to beat that structure of a defense. So they're going to throw in a wrinkle, but the great quarterbacks can adjust mentally, and then they have the physical fundamentals and skill set to be able to make those plays, whether it's with their arm, their legs, or just them, mentally checking to the right play, flipping the protection, all those things, right? All of those nuances that comes with playing a quarterback at an elite level. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Caleb Williams. You're talking about development, right? Him being able to, check protections and him being able to can plays when he's supposed to can plays and not just doing it because it's cool, doing it because this is the look that I'm getting from a defense and this is the right move. This is the right check. That's playing quarterback at an elite level, but also being a multiplier, right? And we talk about Tom Brady, and I can joke about Tom Brady as much as I want, but he is an elite multiplier at that position, right? Because when you look at Tom Brady, when you look at the teams he played on, right? The best receiver, and we can honestly say that he had, that was already elite, that he really didn't help make, was Randy Moss, right? When you look at all the other receivers he had, he helped develop and make those receivers. The Wes Welkers, right? The Julian Edelmans, the Deion Branches of the world. He helped make those guys because he's an elite player. He's a multiplier. He uplifts everybody that's around him because he has that aura. He has that greatness. And when you have a true franchise quarterback, you know, Caleb has to be a multiplier. Yes, he has a lot of weapons, but he still has to, you know, be a multiplier for Zacchaeus. He has to be a multiplier for Luther Bird. Now you got to be a multiplier for Colston Loveland. But you got to be a multiplier for this offensive line, which means you can't hold the ball, you know, all day long because we can only protect for so long. But you also have to have the mental makeup to put us in the right protection so that way we can succeed and this offense can run. That's playing quarterback at an elite level, and that's what a franchise quarterback's DNA is made up of.
Don't forget Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez.
Rob was a beast, and you know Aaron was, but
yes. When he was in the league, yes, absolutely.
I didn't mean it like that. He was a good player.
He wasn't. Listen, on the field, obviously, on the field, obviously, that's what we're talking about. Like, yes, of course. That's what we're talking about, Pat. Get your head out of the gutter, Pat.
I don't know if that was in the gutter. Come on, Pat. I held back 7 jokes that would have got me taken off the air, so I'm good.
Yeah, you did. Pat, you're trying to make me look bad.
I didn't say a word.
Aaron Hernandez was a good player.
He was a great player. He was a great football player.
Absolutely, on the field.
We're talking about football.
Yes. He was a great football player. No, I think what the one thing that I do love, I guess, is when Tom is talking about Caleb, he's talking about him in a way where, not to say like I'm seeing the similarities, but kind of like this situation reminds me of the situation that I was in. It isn't all rainbow and sunshines. It isn't coddling the number 1 overall pick. It isn't we're going to make things easier for you. I asked Ben Johnson when he got here, I said, how do you make the transition from the previous offense to your offense easier? He says, the NFL, it ain't supposed to be easy. Nothing here is supposed to be easy. I had to hold down J-Mac, who was sitting next to me, because he was ready to go get a helmet and run through a wall the second he heard somebody finally say that it's not supposed to be easy. He said, we're going to put Caleb Williams in uncomfortable positions. We're going to make him feel like, hey, yeah, you did it wrong. And guess what? We're going to do it again and again and again until you finally get it right. And you're we're 3 weeks into the season having this conversation right now. We're not 8 weeks into the season. We're not 10 weeks into the season. We're 3 weeks in, and we're already talking about a win that most people, I had this as a win, most people had as a loss. We're already talking about Ben Johnson getting an upset win in a sense because most people didn't believe that Ben Johnson's offense would be ready to go out there and go to war versus what Dallas had been putting up. Meanwhile, Ben Johnson had these boys 110% ready, and Brian Schottenheimer's looking around confused because Dak Prescott can't figure out Tremaine Edmonds, who's coming up into play and acting like he's going to blitz and then dropping back into coverage. And then the next play, he blitzes. Like, there was so much good coming off of a 52-point give up by this defense that I think you have to look at this and say, like, this is the situation of, hey, you sucked, I sucked, let's figure it out together. And as we do that, we're going to start to see this thing start to come together in what we want it to be.
A little bit of good fortune, too, because certainly once CeeDee Lamb left the game, the Cowboys didn't really have any alternative plans to help out. I mean, you can dump the ball off to Jake Ferguson 13 times for 8 yards every time. Ultimately, that's probably not a winning formula. So, you know, the Bears certainly took advantage of a situation that, you know, in football, players are going to get injured. So you need to have some plans alternatively if that unfolds. Good thing for the Bears, the Cowboys really didn't. That was their problem. You know what? Not going to feel sorry for you because the Bears were playing without Jalen Johnson. They were playing without Kyler Gordon today, and they still made the most of it. So 312-332-3776. You want to talk some Bears with us? We're hanging out with you till 10:30. This is the Postgame show right here on ESPN 1000.
Fry the Coop has the best chicken sandwiches. Crispy, juicy, and that sweet, zesty pickle on top. Game over.
They're Vienna beef.
Vienna beef does pickles?
Oh, yeah. Been at it for 100 years.
100-year-old pickle? Ew.
No, dude. The brand. It's their 100th anniversary. And these are the refrigerated kind. About as fresh as they come.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
Fry the Coop and Vienna beef pickles. The perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Woodford Reserve said, pick a barrel.
They wanted something bold, rich, and charismatic. So naturally, they called me.
Are you sure they didn't say burnt ego? Because they called both of us.
Oh, okay. So as I was saying, we hit the distillery with a group of our listeners.
And together made the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oak.
It's got Chicago flavor written all over it, and it's going fast.
Grab yours at your local Jewel, Green Valley Wine and Spirits, or La Vinata on Cermak.
Cheers from Carmen and Yurko and Woodford Reserve.
Please drink responsibly.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-951-6464. That's 800-951-6464.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Postgame continues now. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Snapback, four-man rush. Prescott gonna throw, but he's gonna go short, and the pass is intercepted on the tip, off the hands of Pickens, intercepted by the Bears, and coming up with it is Tremaine Edmonds. Swipe off the ricochet. They've been bouncing that ball all day long, and finally the Bears get one of those. Prescott gets the ball back. Prescott looking. Prescott punches a pass. Intercepted in the end zone. Tremaine Edmonds, number 2 today. He was the only guy going to get it. It was Prescott to Edmonds.
2 interceptions for Tremaine Edmonds, along with 15 total tackles. He was racking them up today. Big performance by number 49. Kevin Byard also added an INT. And, of course, we've talked a lot about the Tyreek tear. Copyright Tyreek Stevenson with the tear. We've got the peanut punch. Now we're going to go ahead and say the Tyreek tear should be something that DBs should be emulating going forward. I'd love to see more of those on the season because that was a playmaker today by Tyreek Stevenson. I'm Jeff Meller along with Pat the Designer. We've got Jason McKee along with us, who was on the sidelines for the Bears' 31-14 win over the Cowboys at Soldier Field. What do you want to do? What do you want to talk about? give me whatever Bears highlights you boys want to talk about right now.
So when I listen to the Tremaine Edmonds interceptions, right, it's something that we saw in training camp. In joint practices, we saw him do that against the Dolphins, right, Pat?
Yeah.
And then we also saw him do that in the upcoming weeks against the Buffalo Bills, right? So it's good to see, right? You see we know he has playmaking ability, but you see that in joint practices against other teams, right? But then it translates to where it matters most. You see it in a game, in a big game of the magnitude of what we had today. You see it happen twice. So it's good because, as we know, like in the offseason, and a lot of scrutiny and criticism has been placed upon Tremaine Edmonds because, yes, he's a high, he's getting paid a lot, and we saw last year a lot of inconsistency, and we're talking about his playmaking ability, and that's why he was brought here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, well, where is it? But now you're seeing it, right? We're starting to see it. So that goes back to, right, development. That goes back to players being in the right system or scheme, so that way their skill set can shine. And that's what we're seeing. Maybe Dennis Allen's defense is a better fit for Tremaine Edmonds. Yeah. And that's the thing. Players have certain skill sets that fit with certain schemes, and we're starting to see that with this defense and with Tremaine.
No, 100%. Listen, I said, and we didn't see it in the first 2 weeks nearly enough. We saw it in the first 3.5 quarters of Bears football versus the Vikings. You saw it none in the Detroit Lions game. But I talked about before the season started, I was like, we may be in a conversation of you're going to have to pay Tremaine Edmonds again because how Dennis Allen utilized him today, I thought was very, very massive in confusing Dak Prescott. You had him playing close to the line, then you drop him out in coverage. Now all of a sudden you got that extra guy in coverage who's out there and can do exactly what, once you have to start taking some chances and put the ball on, your receiver, Tremaine Edmonds comes flying in, and he's got that length to be able to intercept the football. He's got the quickness and the wherewithal to see the one on the tip pass from George Pickens. I didn't even know if he had that one when that ball went up in the air, but seeing how they utilized Tremaine Edmonds in this game, I think that really affected Dak Prescott as the game started to go on, and why, like you said, you go underneath the Jake Ferguson for 8.5 yards every time. Yeah, that works out, but there were times where Dak was looking deep, and all of a sudden Tremaine pops back in coverage. All of a sudden there's this extra guy there who I got to get the football over, who's very tall, who's going to make this very difficult for me to get the ball out. Oh, wait, that split second now creates an opportunity for the pressure to get near me. I got to dump this down underneath. I thought that was a key component for this Bears defense being able to go out there and get some of the takeaways they did, of course, but just slowing down this high-powered offense. I think he could be a key cog in this Bears defense this season. And, listen, if he starts to live up to, which he hasn't to this point, but if he starts to live up to the contract that it feels like you're paying him, then what is he, 29 years old?
Edmonds?
28?
27, brother.
27 years old?
He has to be a key. We can't hope he's going to be a key.
Correct.
He has to be.
Yeah.
That's what you were paid to be, a key cog in his defense.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Montez Sweat, you're paid to get sacks. That's the NFL.
Yes.
We paid you to get sacks, so you have to get sacks. Tremaine Edmonds, we paid you to be the leader of this defense. You're the quarterback of the defense. We paid you to make plays like you did today.
Yeah.
You got paid handsomely to do so. So it's not like, hey, we're hoping he's this. We want him to be this. Oh, we hope he pans out. No, you have to be this because you were paid to be that person.
Top 5 paid defense in the NFL right now with the Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, Dio Odangbo, Tremaine Edmonds contracts that you have, Jalen Johnson contracts. You got to start seeing some of the results yield.
This is why. Go ahead, J-Mac.
I'm sorry, Jay. I just wanted this last point. That's why, people, you can, and I get it. I'm not giving them a pass. And people can criticize Braxton Jones all they want, right? But here's the thing. He's a 5th-round draft pick.
Yep.
So you didn't draft him in the 5th round because you knew he was going to be a starting left tackle and start the amount of games that he started, right? You got lucky. You got lucky in the 5th round there. You drafted a guy that ended up being there in the 5th round that exceeded all expectations. So what you're getting from him right now, good and bad, right, is he's exceeding expectations in terms of where he was drafted, right? He started a boatload of games, right, and that's awesome. That's a plus. But just think about it, if you didn't have that guy, where you would be at. You didn't hit on that. You got lucky picking him in the 5th round. He's not paid handsomely to be he's not paid like a top 10 left tackle.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Tremaine's paid like a top 5 linebacker.
Yeah, we're yelling at Braxton Jones, but he's a fifth-round draft pick that exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
He's playing, that started a lot of games for the Bears. It's been, he has his ups and downs, but when you look at it, and I don't want to give him a pass, but he's been a savior because what if he wasn't here? What if you didn't find a guy like that in the fifth round? Where would that position be?
No, that's a good point. That's Jason McKee, along with Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller. Post-game show, taking your calls and talking about the Bears win over the Cowboys. I am feeling rejuvenated. The Bears have pulled me back in. I feel very good about where this season is headed. Was not feeling that way last week, so it is a good day, one of the last days of summer. So last chance to celebrate summer with us and talk about the Bears and a big win over the Cowboys right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears.
Here comes the ball.
ESPN Chicago.
In motion, they send the receiver, pitch out to Johnson to the left, gets into Bears territory to the 40, had a steam to the 40, or knocked him out inside the 30, and they say he fumbled the ball and took it out of his hands. Tyreek Stevenson ripped it out of his hands. Now they're discussing. Bears think it's their ball. There's scuffling going on as well. Coming up along the sideline to the 23-yard line, and the Bears are celebrating, but they're still discussing.
So Tyreek Stevenson was running to his outside. He punched the ball out, and then he grabbed it away from him. As long as he stayed in bounds, this is going to be Bears football.
Long discussion right now on a 27-yard run by Javonte Williams.
Ruling on the field was a fumble and recovered in the field of play by Chicago. Touchdown and 10.
Wow. Oh, I mean, that's a tightrope act, but he takes the ball away, and the Bears will get it. Left to right from the Cowboy 35. Snap back. Caleb going to throw down the left sideline. Open at the 10 to the 5. Adunze. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Caleb under center drags Kmet into the backfield. He'll line up as a fullback for DeAndre Swift from the 35-yard line. One safety back deep. Here's the pitch to Swift. Tosses it back to Caleb Williams. Looking deep down the left side. Going for Luther. Burning over the shoulder. 20, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Ben's bag of tricks, baby. That's number 1. Ben's bag of tricks. Fans are going berserk. They loved it. Every bit of it. 65 yards to the house.
Great day to bust out the bag of tricks for the Chicago fans at Soldier Field on this 21st night of September. We remember the Bears' 31-14 win over the Cowboys and the first win of Ben Johnson's coaching career as a head coach of the Chicago Bears. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer and Jason McKee, who was on the sidelines at Soldier Field with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer, calling the game right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. J-Mac, what were some of your takeaways now a couple hours removed, thinking about the Bears win over the Cowboys and Ben Johnson's first as their head coach?
They're just excited and, happy that that team finally got back in the win column, finally to see them be rewarded for the hard work that they've put in, up there at Hallis Hall. And, now I'm just not even as programming as a player to turn the page. And now as an analyst, I'm turning the page. And, my focus is now breaking down this Las Vegas Raiders game and get ready to preview it. And I know they're ready to turn the page. They'll be ready to turn the page there at Hallis Hall tomorrow and get their focus on the Raiders and get ready to win a game on the road.
Yeah, I think, listen, you can be excited about this game, but it only matters if you continue to build on it. Yes, it's a feel-good game. We thought that last year versus the Jaguars, which is probably the last time we felt this, was a feel-good game. But you got to continue to go out there and put in the work and build on it. And you know that's what Ben Johnson's expectation is. But I think this is truly one of those early moments in the season where we're going to see, okay, let's see how the head coach keeps these guys locked in and focused. Let's see how this coaching staff keeps this team locked in and focused because, like we said earlier in the show, heading into this week, as great as this game was, there are still things that you need to improve upon going into this game versus Vegas. My biggest one, your defensive line, until pretty much the game was out of reach, wasn't great. Dak Prescott was able to sit back there and be comfortable. I think you did some great things in coverage that made his life difficult. But early on in the game, as much as we want to talk about the injuries and everything that you've got heading into this week, that's your defensive line that you paid. Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, Javon Dexter, Dio Dangbo, those are the guys you paid. They could not get pressure on Dak Prescott early. That's an issue that you need to figure out as you head into this fourth week versus the Las Vegas Raiders, because as bad as it looked with Geno Smith, it's kind of how we felt about Caleb coming out of last week's game, right? A terrible defensive game. Caleb Williams was fine. He wasn't great, but he was fine. Geno Smith, 3 touchdowns today, almost 300 yards passing. If you don't go out there and put up 40-plus on his head, that could be a very competitive game that you're looking at next week. Now, that defense doesn't look great, and that may be, your saving grace yet again. You may run a similar game plan, but you can't go into next week and say, we're perfect because we beat the Cowboys. You got to go into next week and say, we got to improve upon these things, or it's going to get tougher and tougher as this season goes on and people have tape on it.
So you're right. Geno Smith did pile up some stats. It'll be interesting because they were trailing 34-10, though, in the fourth quarter before he all of a sudden found Trey Tucker multiple times. Yeah. Trey Tucker had a big game for the Raiders, 8 catches, 140-plus yards, and 3 touchdowns. But as I said, they were down 34-10 before they really got into the mix. So the Raiders obviously were piling up some stats in garbage time there. Defensively, to your point, though, Pat, they let the Commanders go crazy on them early, and so that's where the Bears are going to have to take advantage of next week's opponent, Ashton Jeanty, who a lot of people thought was a target of the Bears. Yeah. Ben Johnson, the Bears selected Colston Loveland with the 10th overall pick, partially because a lot of people believe the Raiders selecting Jeanty kind of changed the plans on Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles. Jeanty has struggled at the NFL level. He's looked like a guy who tore apart the Mountain West, and all of a sudden the guy who struggled a little bit when he was playing up against Penn State in the playoff last year. Yeah. Surprise, surprise, all of a sudden that dynamic running back is having a difficult time finding the running lanes against elite-level athletes who can run him down, maybe the way he didn't face that in the Mountain West. So it'll be interesting to see how the Bears prepare for Jeanty, a guy who a lot of people thought was on their radar in the draft. So he is somebody who has struggled. He's got 144 yards on 47 carries. Actually, Yeah, that actually was before today's.
Today 17 carries, 63 yards, 3.7 yards per carry. His longest was an 18-yard rush. Not a great.
Oh, so no, that's total. Yeah, so he's got 144 yards on 47 carries, 3.1 yard per carry.
Yeah,
he's certainly not finding the running lanes. So I'm sure that the Raiders want to get him going, but again, offensively, they're not doing a whole lot with their line to create those running lanes for Genty. And then Geno Smith, he's trying to pile up numbers late and bring the Raiders back. So their only win is against the Patriots. So, and I'm not sure, even though they have Vrabel, I don't know how competitive the Patriots actually are right now as a team. So it's going to be an interesting test. I think it's J-Mac, you're heading out to Vegas next week. This is a game that if the Bears want to be serious, they need to get this win on the road and, get the first road win for the coach.
Yeah, it's got to be all business trip, right?
Yeah, and nothing says business
casinos.
trip. Yeah, nothing says business trip like going to Vegas.
You see, I said business trip. Yeah, exactly. The business isn't visiting
Talking about business time.
Mandalay Bay or nothing like that.
Where they staying at, J-Mac? They in Mandalay Bay?
We're staying. Supposedly, the team hotel is 30 minutes away from the strip.
J-Mac.
Well, I'm not happy. I'm not happy about that.
J-Mac.
Hey,
no
it's a
trip
trip for me too. But I'm going to handle business. I'm going to
handle the business. Yes. No trips to Spearmint Rhino. J-Mac.
Oh no.
Hey, keep the players out.
Hey, and J-Mac, leave all them cards on the ground, man. Leave all them cards on the ground that they're passing out there.
If you
hear a snap, turn and run the other direction. Those snapping cards are only trouble. Jeff. They're only trouble.
Spearmint gum for me.
Only spearmint gum for me.
There you go. He's a Wrigley's man. I love it.
And they've got to. Like the one thing with football, right? You can play down to your competition, and I'm not saying that the Raiders are a bad team. I haven't watched them enough to say that. Are they an elite team in this league? No, but it only takes one day, right? They can be clicking on the day in which they're playing the Bears, right? We talk about Ashton Genty, right? It just takes a couple carries for him to feel good, and all of a sudden he's having a career day. You know what I mean? So you can't take any opponent lightly. You've got to go out there and like we talked about this whole post-game show, like the preparation led to success today. And that was from every interview. I interviewed Luther Bird, interviewed Caleb, and the preparation is what led to success. Even interviewing Coach Johnson at halftime, he said, hey, the biggest difference in us having all these explosive plays is we're executing. It's not a secret. Like, these plays have been there. We just haven't executed. Or we've been behind the chains because of self-inflicted mistakes in terms of penalties. So it's going out there playing as clean a brand of football that you can play, because it's never going to be perfect, right? And that's why this game is so great, because it's going to tell you exactly who you are, right? You're a bad team if you can't execute, right? If you're not together, self-inflicted mistakes, right? If you can't execute the basic fundamentals of football, right? If you can't, receivers dropping passes or missing tackles, we can't block. Well, those are the basic fundamentals. And if you can't do those things at a high level, you're not going to be a good team. And the beauty about football is it's going to tell you who you are. It's going to tell you that you're bad at those things. So, you have to continue to practice each and every day. You're practicing to chase perfection, but it'll never be perfect. And that's why the great ones are great, because they're always chasing perfection, and they're always trying to master the preparation.
Let's go out to Lincoln Park and say hello to Mark, our buddy. What's going on, Mark?
Mark, what's going on?
Meller, what's going on? Thank God you're doing the show. J-Mac, thanks for being so great to my boys. Every viewing party up at Hallis Hall. And Pat the designer, I couldn't agree with you more. Thanks, fellas, for taking my call.
We appreciate you.
I'm with Pat. Like, this is a feel-good game. It was great. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. Love the win. However, let's face it, Dallas has a horrible defense, and our offense looked great. They should have, right?
Yeah.
We put a lot of money into them. My fear after the Raiders game, I know we're talking about the Raiders game, is the schedule after the Raiders game. As Yurko likes to say, hell is coming for breakfast. The schedule gets very difficult after I'm going to be with you guys out in Vegas. And J-Mac, my buddy and I can take you to the Spearmint, buddy, the Rhino, not the gum. We can show you a fun time.
To the show, man. Don't get me in trouble.
Come on, Mark.
My goodness.
You guys are the greatest. Pat, I listen to all your podcast things. Meller, love you, man.
Appreciate it, Mark.
I don't know how we can get you back on the show, but I do need your fantasy advice. You guys are great. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Appreciate the patronage. We appreciate you, my man.
You. And listen, I'll say this. Yes, you got to win that it feels good that you're getting. And we can sit here and talk about, how they racked up numbers versus, or how the Raiders racked up numbers late versus the Commanders today. I ain't seen enough of these wins, though, to say that we're the Commanders. That's the thing. When we've been in those situations and quarterbacks put up numbers late this season, week 1, what happens? You lose that game. When we've been in these situations with these same players all last season with Matt Eberflus, what happens? You lose that game. You can't take the approach going into this Commanders game of, the Bears, let's say they are up 31-10 that they were up on, that the Commanders were up on the Raiders?
34-10.
34-10?
Yeah.
I've seen Bears teams find ways to lose games where it feels that confident. And so for me, I say you have to go into this week taking them just as seriously as you took the Dallas Cowboys, taking them just as seriously as any NFL team, because at any point you can get beaten any day. And we've seen that too many times here in Chicago over the past 3 seasons.
That's Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller along with Jason McKee. One more segment to go here on the Post Game Show. And before we get out of here, we have to make fun of the Packers. We'll do that next.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get organized with new Dakota Closets storage solutions at Menards. Dakota Closets are versatile and can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets and so much more. Use the You Create Closet Planner available in-store or online to design a closet system that maximizes your space and matches your style. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the legend Red Bull Original and rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer on the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Whelan kneels at the 33. This is a 43-yard field goal try to give Green Bay the lead. It is blocked! Ball's down to the ground, and Greg Newsome falls on it on the 47 of the Browns.
Denzel Ward off the edge, just like I told you. He was so close to it on that extra point. He comes around the edge and gets it right there. Special teams, defensive turnovers, and now can the offense get enough yards to give Andre Schmidt a chance at redemption in front of these fans? They are dancing in the stands here.
Spoiler alert, they can get enough yards for Andre Schmidt to kick a game-winning field goal for the Browns, 13-10. Yes, it's a beautiful day when the Bears win and the Packers lose, and that's exactly what happened, Pat the Designer and Jason McKee. What a beautiful Sunday.
What a wild day of football.
Makes you just want to walk the whole week like Conor McGregor. Like, I'm gonna have the Conor McGregor walk and everything on. Like, and that was good for me. We won on Friday too, so I'm already had my Conor McGregor walk.
Oh, he's on cloud 9.
Yeah, man, it was good. Last weekend was just it was detrimental for everybody. This week, what a difference a week makes.
That was, of course, the Browns call. I want to play the Green Bay Packers radio call of the same play.
All right. Whelan waiting for the snap from Orzik. Arm extended. Here it is. Placement made. Kick to the uprights is blocked. Blocked. Picked up by the Browns. Newsome out near the 47-yard line of Cleveland. And the Browns have an opportunity. 21 seconds to go.
And when the Browns overloaded the left offensive side of the Packers protection wall. And that's the area they had success with earlier, overloaded it again, and got home.
Unbelievable. You love to hear it, the Packers.
Now, let's enjoy
radio
it.
Call.
Let's not talk too much trash.
Man.
That Brown defense is absolutely ridiculous this season. They are the best defense in football, and we got to see them December 14th.
That is fair, but you know what?
Enjoy it today.
Weird things happen in December. You never know who is going to be injured and what a team's going to look like that far away in the schedule. So today, I'm just going to drink it in. A Packers loss, a Bears win. J-Mac, we're back alive. We are back alive. We're in this thing, my man. That's a callback. That's a callback from earlier for all the folks who are listening. A little carrot for them.
People, I know our caller earlier was saying that, hey, it's the Cowboys defense. They're not good, but sometimes you got to have a feel-good game to catapult you into being what you are, being elite, right? You look at boxing, right? You have all kind of padded fights. And then you get that big fight, but because you had those padded fights and you gain that confidence, well, you're ready for the championship fight, right? Yeah. Now we had a ready-made opponent who was struggling on defense. We had success. Well, that could be, a catalyst to this offense clicking and being really good under Ben Johnson and with all the talent that we have on it.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, listen, how many field-good games were we for other opponents last season? Like, I fully believe Washington doesn't have the season they have without that Hail Mary pass.
Yeah, no doubt.
You put them in a different position going in. What, they would have been 2-2? Where were we at in the season? No, we were further along in the season than that. But I think they would have been right at 500 on that.
They're about right. Yeah, I'll look at it.
But it changes how you go into that following week. Instead, you give them the ultimate confidence. They go out, and Jaden's playing well, but you gave a rookie quarterback the ultimate confidence to say, hey, I was able to accomplish that. I can put anybody away. And he went out and was a dominant quarterback, offensive rookie of the year for a reason last season. Like, sometimes those feel-good games that you shouldn't get or that are, one play changes everything are the games you need to build the confidence in your team to go out there and make plays. And I hope that's what this was for the for the Bears coming off of this Cowboys game. I hope this is the win that catapults this Bears team to be able to come out after the bye and go in and beat Washington and give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine and continue to keep that thing rolling, because we haven't had one of those wins. We've had wins that we thought were those wins. And then we've gone on 10-game losing streaks after that.
That was the 8th game of the season for the Commanders.
4-4
they went from 5-2 to 6-2 with that win.
So they would have been 4-3.
Yes.
If they lost that game, they would have been 4-3.
5-3. 5-3. They were 5-2 coming into that game.
5-2 coming in. Okay.
But nevertheless, there's no doubt that certainly helped them kind of believe in what they were doing, and I think it made them realize that, hey, you just hang around and you never know what can happen in a football game. Just keep it close, and they understood all of a sudden that they have a guy who you can trust to go down and win the game in the last moments of the game. I do want to real quick play this for the folks out there. Caleb Williams on the flea flicker, because I have to say, J-Mac, that was one of the most unorthodox flea flickers that I can ever remember actually working. So this is Caleb Williams in the post game talking about the flea flicker.
Something we practiced all week, and we underthrew. I underthrew Luther a couple times, and either missed it, and then just building the belief and confidence with the guys, and just communicating with them. And I told Luther, just you won't outrun me in the game, and just run. And they did a great job O-line. That's a flea flicker is a really long play, and so for them to be able to hold up and be able to allow DeAndre to toss the ball back to me, it kind of did a free throw kind of floater kind of thing, and after that, just let it rip and let Luther go make a play.
Yeah, I'm glad he commented on it, because I thought it was more like a volleyball set. I don't know what the hell. I've never seen a flea flicker.
It was a little botch.
He definitely he put it in a precarious position, to say the least. But Caleb Williams with a dot, an absolute laser down the field to Luther Burden.
I flipped the table the last time we attempted a flea flicker. It was when Mitch Trubisky threw it downfield to Javon Wims. There was a table flip
against
after that against the Saints in the playoffs. And then the Saints used the play the next week
to perfection. Worked. Yes, they ran it the way it was supposed to.
I don't have a great history with flea flickers, so it was good to see one go down.
J-Mac, that's not how you coached up in high school, right? That's not how you the actual flea part of the flick.
Yeah, I was looking. I didn't even I knew that we had receiver open downfield. I didn't know who it was, because I was just looking at the toss from Swift to Caleb, and I was like, come on. Like, you want to, it's like, you're tossing with a little bit of spin right to him, because the rush is getting there. You're allowing the rush to come in, but like Caleb said, you do like a fadeaway. You're giving that pass rush time to get there. So Caleb obviously got it and he put the ball up, but I was kind of worried. I was looking at that aspect of the play, and then all of a sudden he got it off. And when he completed that to Luther Burden, I knew it was going to be a great day for Bears and Bears fans.
J-Mac, I did a Ben Johnson version of No Devin, Go Devin. I mean, when you'd hear Lovey on the sideline, like, no Devin, go Devin, go Devin. I was like, when that ball was in the air for what felt like 30 seconds, I was like, no, Ben, no. Oh, go, Ben, go. Here we go, baby.
Yeah, Devin was in the house too, so he brought some good juju to the Bears.
Little Devin in the house. Nothing wrong with that.
It was awesome.
Hell yeah. It's a good day. The Bears are 1-2, and Ben Johnson has his first win as the Bears head coach, and as Pat pointed out, Caleb Williams leads the NFL in touchdown passes. He's tied for the tops with 7. He's on pace for 4,000 passing yards. The Bears defense held the elite Cowboys offense in check, and the Packers lost. It was a hell of a day of football, boys.
Rome Odunze leading the NFL in touchdowns as well.
And now J-Mac is getting ready for his flight to Vegas, and he's looking up and down at what he can order off of the Spearmint Rhino menu. So we got ourselves one hell of a week to look forward to. Can't wait.
All on ESPN Chicago. You gotta look.
On their dime, J-Mac, on their dime.
Baby.
All right, we're going to say goodnight to you, J-Mac, and we're going to say goodnight to all the listeners out there, because we're gonna call it a night here. How's that sound?
I love it.
Bear down.
Bear down, baby. Big bear down.
2 words, bear down.
J-Mac, enjoy Vegas. Pat, I'll see you next week, my man.
Will.
For Jason McKee, Pat the Designer, I'm Jeff Meller. Thank you to Jack McGrath and Kendra Smith. Job well done. We'll talk to you next week on the Postgame Show on ESPN 1000.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530.